Okay. Appreciate that, TikTok. Appreciate y'all coming back in. What's up, Captain That Man? Appreciate you coming back. What D3 Zilla or D3 Lias? Appreciate you coming in. Appreciate y'all coming back in. Uh, we'll give it a second, then we're gonna go through these. I was like, you know what? Yesterday when I did that and it restricted uh, all day all day lies, the lies. I got you. But yeah, yesterday when I didn't restart it, um, the likes even got damn near to 100,000 likes, and it never did really recover. So I was like, yeah, let me just restart it, man. And I'm gonna just be now. Don't get me wrong. If somebody else, opposition, come up, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try to be not as denigrating with harsh words of like cursing and stuff if they do, but but uh, but um, but I'm still let them come. I'll still let the opposition come up, and if they wish. But I don't want them to mess up all my live streams because I do like giving out the game, but I do like having those conversations and flaming people at the same time. Cause yeah, they make for good. Cause it's also too like when I'm flaming people, y'all are also learning. Cause typically I'm gonna be pulling up facts. And I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all more and more, man. Like I said, man, y'all motivate me to go even harder for the family and for the ancestors, and just for all of us, all in general. And yeah, no, that's big. But yeah, like, um, yeah, that's usually what they're gonna come in. They're gonna crash out. That felt good though. I can't wait to listen to that playback. I'm gonna damn sure clip that off today and throw that up on the YouTube if you want to rehear it. So let's see. Now this we're gonna get to this. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah. I wanted to start over here. Yeah. Marcus Garvey free because he was in prison. Like some of these folks should be. Some of these folks should be in prison with the BS they be putting out. Appreciate y'all coming back in. Appreciate that. What's up, Mocha? Thanks for coming back in. Savannah, thanks for coming back in. I think you weren't here earlier. Thanks everybody for coming back in here. We're kind of getting started, but I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I'm gonna read this since all of it, the biggest part, the best part is at the bottom, but at least I'm gonna read through it to kind of get the live stream going. But it says Marcus Garvey is free. I don't care about this little poem. That's kind of whack. But it says perhaps those words written by Richard Lovelace, the Althea from prison, characterize better than any other group of phrases Marcus Garvey and his sojourn in the federal penitentiary at Atlanta. Sadly, it cannot be said that Garvey was an ordinary prisoner. Although secured by stone walls and iron bars, it required more than superhuman effort to direct a restless group and to keep its members together from behind grim walls. Yet that is just what Marcus Garvey did. So think about this. He said, "Yeah, I would. I appreciate that, Savannah. Yeah, appreciate you following. You from OKC? That's where I'm from. I just looked at your what you call it. You from OKC? That's what's up. Yeah, that's where I'm from. OKC. I live in Dallas now though. Been living in Dallas for almost 9 years, something like that. But yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, shout out to the hometown. Okay. Uh, Born in OKC, same here. Yeah. I'm from the east. Grandma and everything. I grew up on the east side, 36 Prospect area. I'm pretty sure you probably know Then eventually I moved later on to like Edmond. In my adult life, I moved me and my kids and stuff to Edmond and shit like that. But that was just for the schools. But I also lived up there off of in Putnam City area when I in my adult life. In my young childhood though, like I was on the east side. Went to John Marshall High School, the old one. You know what I'm saying? All that good stuff. So yeah, that gives you my footprint right there. mm. And what's cool, I'm gonna tell y'all like this. What's crazy? A lot of us black kids, even though there was multiple black schools, so I can't even just say that. I don't know how this happened, but like a lot of us, these surnames that tie back to like famous chiefs and Indians, we went to school together. Like just at John Marshall, in my same grade, I was best friends with Bruners, and Bruners are the Caesar Bruner band from the Seminole Wars and Seminoles. They go back. And then there was the Dindies, and there was a dude named Davis Dindy that went to high school. And Dindy goes all the way back to famous Seminole warriors. Now, also my people, we go back to famous Choctaw and Chickasaw warriors for sure. Now, I can't say Choctaw, but we do have Choctaw. And so, and there's other people, there's other surnames in my schools, but I'm just naming a couple of people that are really close, that was close to me at the time. And you know, after doing all this recent research and genealogy and everything like that, just come to find out, how are we still together like that? And you know, they do say that you associate with people from past lives, and you know what I'm saying, like on some deep shit. They say that your past lives that you live through, you meet back up with some of the same people if you believe in reincarnation a little bit. So my mother's stepfather is a Dindy. What? That's what's up. Yeah, Davis Dindy. He had passed in high school in a car accident, and that's the only reason why I knew the Dindies. Yeah, and there's a dude that's the Dindy. So I don't know if you saw that live stream. You may not have, but there's a guy that follows me. He came on my live stream like 3, 4, 5 nights ago, and he showed his paperwork, the literal paperwork of them getting all their land back, the Dindies. So yeah, you're a Dindy. You need to holler at old boy and see about that land. Cause if you got the name Dindy, he got acres upon acres upon acres that he just got back. Paperwork stamped, sealed, signed, with Dindy's names all over that shit. Caesar Dindy, Monday Dindy. That's another one, and some other ones. So no, yeah, like you might want to holler at old boy. He might already got y'all set. Shit. She has last name too as a maiden name. Yeah, he might already got y'all set. That's crazy. Yeah. So how are these people just still around each other? Grayson, come to find out, Grayson is my uncle who married into my family, and the Graysons go back to being Creek Indian chiefs. There were 2 Creek Indian chiefs, and they were major generals in the wars, in the army. And my uncle and them and his son, they both are in the army. One's an Army Ranger. The other one was in the army, in the past. And so you think about it, he was a chief. He got chiefs in his line. I got chiefs in my line. So he married into a chief line, technically. You know what I'm saying? We got chiefs in our line going back, and he got chiefs directly under his name going back, and they children. So like, man, when I say these people don't understand how deep we are really ingrained in out here, and how close we've been together, how much we've been propagating with each other only, because they'll tell you that, oh, there ain't no pure nobody out here. No, we're really pure. And let me just give y'all a quick outline on why I say that, especially those from Oklahoma. Those outside of Oklahoma are too, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure y'all don't find a whole lot of white folks in your genealogy. Some people may have more than others. Some may just have like one or two, and that gets washed out. within generations. That's pretty much nothing, to be honest. But and it also in some cases, um, also some cases. Let me also bring this up. Black owned towns map. So also I was about to say something. Now I forgot it. So oh yeah. So I'm about to talk about how people say that people aren't so. Everybody got to be mixed. Blah blah blah. Whatever. Right. So now these were your towns, and at least most of them that they list. There were more than this. There were black-owned towns in Indian Territory, and notice they're all over the Indian territories that are listed here. Now, this is how they were in 1830 when they first got there from the Dancing Rabbit Treaty. But after that, it gets kind of broken up because we leased some of the land to the government and they started putting other Indians on it, other fake Indians. But the real ones got the word nation next to them because they have a nation. And these, if you notice the map, that's where you're going to see a lot of your black owned towns. Now, the only way they can try to say that, what they'll try to say is, well, yeah, y'all made all those black owned towns after y'all went up there and y'all was the slave to the Indians, and then the Indians had to let y'all go. Then they started being nice to y'all and giving y'all land and not messing with y'all so much. So that allowed y'all to go ahead and build up new towns, you see, because they wasn't just being as mean as the white man was to you. Yeah, that makes zero sense, okay? It makes zero sense. So why am I bringing this up? So, one, think about this. If that was the case, there should be Native American towns in between all of this. There should be just as many Native American towns after they let us go, right? As there are black-owned towns. But there aren't. There's a lot of white folks that poured in here later on. There's a lot of white folks in Oklahoma. You know. OCO, what's up, Tasha? What up, Jeremiah? Appreciate people coming back in here. Slow going, but they're coming. Millen the Empress, appreciate you reposting. Appreciate you coming back in here. Appreciate you sharing the live, Tasha. Yeah, I appreciate all of y'all, man. That's for sure. Appreciate everybody being in here. Those of y'all that get the game mean the most to me. But my father made her change her last name. Yeah. Or maybe change my last name. Otherwise, you would have been a dandy. I just saw that. So think about this, y'all. Yeah, so we definitely didn't get released from the Indians, and then all of a sudden start building towns like crazy while they live on reservations like on some bullshit. And think about the dynamic of that. So we come over here, y'all the big ones on top, y'all let us go, and all of a sudden we the big ones on top. Whatever. But again, white folks start pouring in here later on, right? So, but what you have here is from 1830 of the Dancing Rabbit Treaty, when all these black folks get here, all the way up until, to be honest, past statehood, because my grandma lived in Boley. My grandma, okay, my granny, she lived in Wetumpka, and went to school in Boley. My pawpaw, he lived in a place called Hugo, down here in Choctaw area. Now, they don't have Hugo listed here, but I believe Hugo was an all-black town too, just like Wetumpka isn't listed. But what happened was my grandma and grandpa met each other, however they met each other, and eventually they moved to Oklahoma City. Now, that's when we got out of the black-owned towns, and we're here, okay? So what am I getting to? Prior to that, the people from my grandma and all of them, they were only mixing with people in black-owned towns from 1830 going up. Okay? And then when we moved to the city, it's my mom that mixes with my dad, which is not a black, not a black person, but he's a black person, another black person, right? And then I come about, and now I have children, and they're black with black women. So when we ain't really had a whole lot of chances to in Oklahoma to because prior to the Dancing Rabbit Treaty of 1830, we were in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana, and that's all in my tree too. All right, I'll show you my little pieces of tree real quick, and then we'll get to the newspaper articles. So, like a lot of people in my tree who have all got Indian paperwork, they start off in Mississippi, and where does it say he ended up? Oklahoma. 1828, he was born in 1828 before the Dancing Rabbit Treaty. He was in Mississippi. After Dancing Rabbit Treaty, he's in Oklahoma. Okay, and that's gonna be pretty much mostly all my pit folks. Now, she was already in Oklahoma. Let me pull up her folks. Right here. Mississippi, before the 1830 Dancing Rabbit Treaty, Oklahoma afterwards. And that's damn near everybody. Now, that shows they were always in Oklahoma. That could be a misprint. Mississippi, well, no, not for him. Mississippi, Oklahoma. Dancing Rabbit Treaty, right around that time. And, right around that time. Removal wasn't just everybody that year had to leave, but it was spread out. And it was even before 1830, some of it. But so, what am I getting to? My people, all these folks is black. Okay? So let's also bring up another timeline. Louisiana Purchase map. So let's pull up. And this is for y'all to explain to people too. And then I'm going to show you in the census on how we couldn't have been mixed that much. So this ain't really showing the colonies like I wanted to show the 13 colonies like that. But whatever, we'll just do this. So, remember, they were mostly in the 13 colonies, and the 13 colonies really made up that, okay? Really made up that. I don't know, that extra area comes about after 1803. So white folks, my people were here. Every line of my people, except for one or two, a few patches of people were here. But all the bulk were right here, which is I'm fully Choctaw, Chickasaw, all throughout ancient in this bitch, okay? So these white folks don't even start coming this way until after 1804. So that means these people who were black Indians were untouched except by the few French and Spaniards that hit this shore. And it wasn't a ton, okay? So when they finally start moving this way, about 1812, they start settling up in as a war, and about 1813, 14, 15, somewhere around there. You get Alabama starting to become a state. Mississippi became a full territory. Then Alabama becomes a state. But even then, it was still full of black folks. Black folks still was in offices in many cases. They don't talk about it, but really they don't mention them until after the motherfucking 1865. But black folks were still in offices around this time. Fake news. That fake news, LOL. I got that off real quick. Yeah, I needed to get something off this morning. Yeah. Dumbass niggas. Y'all the most simple motherfuckers in the world. You want to come up and have a conversation? Because, we can talk about it. We can go. You can ask me any question. I got sources. You can tell me to prove whatever. I won't mute you, block you. I got sources. But 1804, they don't even start coming this way. Like, how is this fake news when it's literally the Louisiana Purchase date? That's fake. Nobody purchased Louisiana. Stupid niggas. These niggas don't make no sense. Yeah, that whole map. America don't look like that, nigga. That's fake, nigga. America don't even shape like that. These niggas are stupid. That ain't Illinois. Okay, let me keep going. That's how trolls do. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got nothing to say. They ain't got nothing scholarly to be like. They can't say the Louisiana Purchase didn't happen until the actual time of this date or something according to this. Yeah, they ain't coming with that. They ain't coming with that kind of response. No. They coming with shit that sounds like something a second grader could have put in there. Pretending LOL. And then they run out of the live after I done clown they dumb ass. Yeah, that was kind of stupid. Yeah, let me get my ass out of here. Yeah, look, he done ran out this bitch. Don't they always run out? The ones that be following, let me see. I think he ran out. Don't they always run out, y'all? Yeah, he done left. He done left. It's like he had to. I tell y'all, they never type again. I wonder why. I wonder how come they never continue to troll on my live. You know, I wonder why. I wonder what's stopping them from that. You know, could be me. Is it something I said? Sir, come back. Was it something I said? Come back. What? What's the problem? That's just like Gummy ass. Gummy took the fuck off too earlier. You stupid income nigga babies. I'm done with you niggas. Come back. I thought we was having a conversation. Wait a minute. I got an iPad full of shit for you. Come on. All right, let's get back to the topic. They scared of me. I ain't gonna lie to you. They scared of me. So Mississippi, people don't even start coming that way from Mississippi until after 1804, 1812. So think about that. That only gives the black folks who are in this area from 1812 to the Dancing Rabbit Treaty of 1830, and some left before 1830, some left after, to have that much time to possibly mix with anybody that was coming here at the time. As if we was just really like, oh man, look at all these white folks coming in. Yeah, taking over our territory and shit. Yeah, let me give me one of them white girls. Yeah. I know y'all trying to take the land and shit, but can I get that P off you? Okay, come on now. None of that makes sense. Okay? None of that makes sense. But even if it did, the only amount of time that you would have been able to mix with some of those folks would have been until 1830. After that, y'all chose our folks, some of us. Some didn't choose, and that doesn't mean that they mixed either. I don't want to say that about those people. They didn't make a mistake by not choosing to go to Oklahoma. They did not. They just got reclassified. So let me make sure I say that. I'm just saying we're talking about how the white people played a part and how when we went here, we for sure only had black folks in our towns because we made black-owned towns. So by the time white folks get to Oklahoma, which isn't until way later, in mass, I should say, by that time we've been procreated amongst ourselves. So really think about it. By the 1400, 1500, 1600, 1700, we didn't give a fuck. Nothing was going on. Wasn't no mixing going on, except for the few people who might have been mixing with some French or something down here. If you had some white tea French or Dutch or Spaniards or something that might have came up in here. Also, some Filipinos came around 1850, but that's way later. But regardless of all that, not much mixing was going on. And then when they finally get here, some of us say, fuck y'all nigga, we gonna move over here because y'all niggas, okay, on y'all hoes. Some say they made us, but they didn't really make us. You could have stayed there and kept your land or whatever. But we wanted to keep this little Indian status game they had going on. So we was like, fuck y'all, we'll take the sovereign land over here. And we started to do our own thing. Became sitting here mixing with only just us. And then eventually statehood comes and white folks start pouring in. Now you're talking about almost 1900. Okay, I told you my grandma grew up in an all-black town. Now, my grandma was born in like the early 1900s, maybe like 1920, 1930, somewhere, maybe 1940s. I don't know, somewhere around there. I have to look at my tree, actually. Actually, that's a good question. When was my grandma born? 1937. I was in Boley, Oakfusky. So, and think about all these names that my towns and some of these names of these towns that my people have been in. Some of this should just be like Indian territory. Oakfusky, there's Oakfusky. She was they was in Oakfusky for a moment. Burton, then Oakfusky. Let me see. Indian territory, Spiro LaFleur, Spiro where the Spiro mounds are, the Spiro Indian burial mounds that goes into a snake pattern. Spiro, right? Mississippi, they settled in Spiro. So different things, man. So yeah, like super Indian, and on top of that, just to show you, All of these people black. All of these people black. Appreciate the gift, y'all. Appreciate everybody that's coming in. All of these people mostly coming back black. The only person that I saw that might be a white person is this Thomas Love, and we really feel like he just kind of assumed a surname in a top position and took out the husband or whatever the case, took the women and the children. Still trying to prove that, but regardless of that, that might be the one. Regardless of that, and each one of these that I click on, most of these just stop. Like these 1825 stops in Louisiana. Now, for me to find him even further, which I need to do, I would have to go look on like the Indian citizenship rolls that are before 1825. So why is that? Because like I told you, they didn't start coming this way until after the Louisiana Purchase. So your people that are going to be before the Louisiana Purchase of 1803, a lot, they may not have documents with the English, with the United States. So you have to look in other places or French records, Spanish records, Indian censuses, and other kind of records to try to find out who his parents might be. But because they go all the way back to 1825, and I know Louisiana, and I know my dates and times, I assume automatically, whether they have paperwork or not, that you were a Choctaw Indian, right? Because let me show you what I'm going off of. Well, one, we don't have them listed as nobody's slave coming up in here. There is no slave schedules, no nothing like that. But on top of that, if you pull up Indian Territory Map, Library of Congress. Somebody told me one day, your computer is so fast. It's an iPad. iPads are pretty damn fast compared to computers. And they seem like they're pretty fast. But that's why I like fucking with the iPad. I love when pretendians refer genealogy. Apache? That's the best you got? You want to come up and have a conversation about Apaches? Because, you know, I just might have some Apache resources here. I just might have some Apache resources from the Library of Congress. You know, like how y'all had some Indian scouts, you know, Indian scouts at schools, but they were going to war, you know what I'm saying? They were filing for pensions. Why were y'all filing for pensions after coming over? Your claim filed. See, I love when these people come up, and I like to show them things they ain't never seen about their folks. Your claim filed April 14, 1925 is rejected. Funny, that's after 1924, after the Snyder Bill. We'll get to that. That made Indian citizens who were fighters in wars, which is funny. That's typically a immigration process. Is rejected for the grounds that it is shown by the report from the records of the War Department that you during your service in war between July 10th, 1887 and August 12th, 1893 in war as an Indian scout from an Indian school, did not participate in any Indian wars or campaign named in the Act of March 14, 19. So they tried to apply for a pension, but they wasn't in the right war that they, you know what I'm saying, was giving pensions out for. Y'all was fighting another white man's war. Yeah, that's pretty funny, Mr. Apache. Let me show you what else I got about the Apaches. I might have some other funny stuff in here. Let's see. What else do I got to hear about the Apaches? Hold on. Let's see. No, that's not about the Apaches. And you know what? I was just about to get started on Apaches. I'm gonna actually. Okay, yeah. This is a photograph of the Apaches in Indian schools, y'all. Notice this is what they were doing in Indian schools, guys. Yeah, they were learning how to go to war with the white man. Did you know that, Mr. Apache? Did you know that your people were being trained by the white man to go to war as an immigration process? Did you know that your people were sent here in the late 1800s? Y'all really didn't get here until around that time. And that y'all had to go through a military process in order to get your citizenship in 1924. Let me show you that. So this is y'all in the Indian schools in the archives, right? National. You see that government document? Yeah. So Let me show you how the Snyder Bill. What's the Snyder Bill? You may not know, but you might. Let me just show you real quick, Mr. Apache. I love when y'all come in here and ask questions, pretending questions. Yeah. I've taken so many receipts. It's gonna take me a second. Oh, here we go. You know, the Snyder Bill that was looking to make Indian fighters citizens of the U.S. in 1919. He was Mr. Snyder, the white man, was trying to help y'all out. He said, "Hey man, y'all done fought in the war. We shipped you over here. Y'all ain't really no Indians. We shipped you over here, and we y'all gonna have to fight in this war. Let's go ahead and make you citizens. Now, never mind. Niggas had citizenship before then from the Indians, right? From the treaties, like the Choctaw Indians, they already had it. You know what I'm saying? From treaties. The Chickasaw Indians already had Indian citizenship in the U.S. We got that a long time ago. But y'all got it in 1924. You know what I'm saying? Is Mr. Apache still here? Did he start typing? Because y'all know what they do. Y'all know what they do, don't you? Hold on, let me just make sure he's still here. Because I don't want to keep going. He's still here. Yeah, let's keep going for Mr. Apache. Let's inform Mr. Apache how they got citizenship. Because then I'll show him. He doesn't want me to show him, records of, Japanese people coming over here, all males between the ages of 15 to 20 something who are all fighting military age. Or how about the Filipinos or the people coming in from Hong Kong and other places who were coming in of military age and all men? Or how about other manifest records? Here are some people coming in from, where is this from? I don't know. There's so many different places. Some of y'all coming in, military men coming in. So, yeah, they were shipping y'all all in around the same time frame, Mr. Apache. That's pretty funny. Even Mexicans, because you're probably one of the Mexican type, looking folks. Spaniard, right? And y'all, they was coming in 1908 too, and they were sending y'all to the Indian schools, right? Let me show you, because the Indian schools will accept people. Let me show you a manifest record, though, with people with the last name like Bustamante coming here with their birthplace being from Mexico, and then they're going to send these people in this same time. They're going to send them. Let me get a date for you on here. 1909. Notice that's 1909, Mr. Apache. Yeah, I know all you can do is laugh. It's funny, right? 1909 time, and we're still in the net. We're still in the government records. See, keep laughing. I can't wait to look up more Apache government records. But okay, so I got Mexicans coming in here. Can I find a record in the government archives that said that any of these Indian schools was going to allow Mexicans to come in here? Oh, well, I wouldn't have said it if I didn't have something for it, right? Mr. Apache. Let me just find my little correspondence that I have here from the Carlisle School here. You probably know the Carlisle School. Yeah, that probably rings a bell to you. That was a prominent Indian school, right? Y'all went to Indian boarding school. Y'all try to make fun of it, try to make it seem like it was a horrible thing. But I have consent forms that your parents actually wrote and actually signed. Let me find this first, and I'll show you that consent form. Hold on, where is this? Your boy does so many different receipts. I might have to just type in a keyword to find it. Hopefully I can find, here it is. Carlisle Indian School, yeah, government document, right? Why would I be reading their documents from long ago in 1917? Stamped there for you. But I highlighted for you regarding a possible arrangements for Mexican students at the Carlisle Indian School. Yeah, they were, trying to make sure they can bring in Mexican students because the Carlisle School, you know what the Carlisle School was doing? The Carlisle School around 1918 with their superintendent who looked like this. The Carlisle School, they had them out here like this. Now, you may say that these people are just dressed up in military outfits to have fun, and it's just a suit that they wasn't really going to war, right? Well, then, I'd say that's pretty funny, Mr. Apache. I'll speak for you since you don't want to come up here. I understand you're a bitch. But Carlisle, Pennsylvania also has government records that said, hey, yeah, we did send some Indians, and they did go to World War, sir. They went to World War, okay? And not only do I have documents of the Carlisle School sending those Indians to World War in the Navy and Army right after they wore those outfits. But I also have their discharge papers of when they started coming back from said war. Like this one is also from an ex-student from the Chilocco. I know you know about the Chilocco, right? Yeah, I'm saying things that you actually know. Went overseas as a Ryan and was gassed. Oh man, sorry about that. Sorry about you. Things happen. This is from the Pueblo Indian School. They also went overseas. Wow, man, all of these people. Why are all these people going overseas? It looks like they was taught. And why are they mentioning their schools as they go overseas? Like, think about this, y'all. If you went overseas, right, Comanche Kiowas. If you went overseas, the Kiowa Indians trained at Camp Travis, right? If you went overseas, right, why would they actually list your high school? Yeah, he went to high school at John Marshall, and he's in the Army. He was in. Well, why would they list that? Now, maybe when you're getting in the Army, saying after you've done went through military training and all that, they might mention something like that. But after you done went through military training, did a couple tours and stuff like that, came back, do you think they're going to be like, well, yeah, he started at John Marshall High School? No, they're mentioning his military training facility. Yeah, his military training facility was disguised as the Indian school, sir. That's where y'all Apaches come into play. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason why you're here. It's so funny to me. But let me see if I got y'all on the census. I don't think I got your census. I got the Pueblo Indians and I got the Cheyenne and Arapaho. I don't have the Apache census. I'm going to have to get y'all's census so I can look at y'all's names to see when y'all's names was changed and kind of find your surnames and stuff like that. But we'll take a look at a couple of other things because I was showing you how your Indian boarding schools, y'all actually volunteered to go and then y'all get on here crying like bitches as if y'all was sent there or forced to go. This is a consent form right here. Let me show you where this is from. This is an application for enrollment in a non-reservation school, sir. Not only did you have to apply, okay, your parents had to put your name down. They also said that they was gonna send you here. They gave consent to get to where's the length of time at? I think it's over here. Oh yeah, they also gave permission to give your ass away for 5 years, sir. Consent. But see, the problem with this is that they'll get on a stand later, like little hoes and Karens, and they'll do the waterworks thing. They'll do the waterworks thing like this right here.
Hearing with her words.
I remember seeing my mom crying as she stood and watched 6 of her 8 children being placed on a big green bus and taken to Fort Totten Indian Boarding School in Fort Totten, North Dakota. That image is forever imprinted in my mind and in my heart.
In my heart, I cannot believe that I signed this consent form. I cannot believe that they made me put my signature down and they also made me pay tuition. Just let me show you, because they was paying tuition to go to these schools, Mr. Apache. They paid to send my babies. I paid to send my babies 5 years away. 5 years away to Fort Totten. And you know what they were doing at Fort Totten to my babies? You want to see what they were doing to my babies, Mr. Apache? At Fort Totten? Huh? Because you think this is a game? No, fuck that. Fuck that. You think this is a goddamn game, Mr. Apache? I'm about to show you what they were doing at the Fort Totten school, sir. They were treating them to be in the military. Yeah. You see those military outfits? Let me go over here. You see this? Fort Totten? Yeah. They were training them to be in the military. Yeah. Mr. Apache. Yeah, they were crying as they put consent form, as they paid tuitions and consent forms to send you to a military training facility, only to send you to battle so that way you can get your citizenship. Like an immigrant. You still there, Mr. Apache? Where'd you go? Oh, he's just trolling with the laughing emojis. Yeah, he ain't never seen this shit before. He ain't never seen none of this. He's still in here. Where you go? Oh, yeah, he's still in here. Yeah, Mr. Apache, that could be your granddad right there. Looks like you, Mr. Apache. Yeah. Wait a minute. I thought y'all was copper colored at some point. Our ancestors used to be copper colored. Oh well, what's up, Gia? Did you put an Italian flag in there? Yeah, some of y'all do come from Italy. Yeah, you know what? I love when y'all say stuff. I love when y'all do stuff. Cause see, when I was actually looking at surnames, Mr. Apache, and we're gonna get back to our actual lesson here, talking about Marcus Garvey. But I don't mind getting on Mr. Apache's head real quick because it gives me a chance to show my people a review of what they already know. So when I look at this form here, Mr. Apache, of like the Pueblo Indians of 1904. They forgot to give them new names, as you know they gave us. So a lot of them have like names like Marmon, right? Pratt, right? Let me show you a couple others. You might know some of these people. They might be in your family. Queer Ciro, Shie, Juanita, Saraceno, Nawat, Natsue, Witsi, whatever, and whatever. So I got many of these. I can go through many of these. Francisco, Giazzi, Yawia. Yeah, they forgot to change those names. Francisco, Kitami, Antonia, Saraceno. And you know what's messed up about that? Key. I can actually look those surnames up now and see how they are. Because if you guys have only been in America, well, then your surname should only be in America, right? But that's funny. You threw in that Italian flag. Notice how some of these surnames, like Saraceno, comes from Italy. You see, it's funny, Mr. Apache. The more things you troll with, the more I can call you. I can pull your card. You see? I thought it was all fake Indian pretendian babble earlier, but I've been utilizing government documents against your people. Yeah, you never looked at those, huh? What did he say? And Huitzadli is literally a Nahalti name. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't believe whatever the hell you talking about. You got about 3 tall boy cans and you're already at 8:30 in the morning. That's typically your culture. But yeah. You see that boot of Italy? That's where some of y'all came from. That's who was enrolled in the Indian school in Italian. Yeah. They booted your bitch ass out of their motherfucking country. They booted your bitch ass out and sent your ass on over to the Americans, and the Americans had something to do with you. They said they could put you somewhere. We'll put you there with and we'll put you there with the other fake Indians, because you could look like that. You look light skinned, you know what I'm saying? You don't look white, but you don't look black. You're an in between thing that nobody can explain. You know, you could be Italian, you could be Polish, you could be Indo-Indian. You could be Assyrian. You could be Afghani, like a light-skinned Afghani, not your darker, hard-faced Afghanis. But I'm sure you got a hard face, just not as hard as the Afghans. Some of y'all do have hard faces. And you could be many different things based upon you. Can be Filipino, lighter-skinned Filipinos. There was the Ayeta people that were the real Filipinos that had been there, that are black with woolly hair. But that's a whole nother story, Mr. Apache. But yeah, okay, we're about to get on to the lesson, y'all. Let me get back, because he ain't doing nothing. He ain't talking about nothing. So, but that was good for y'all to see. Good for y'all, the information to take in. We're going to get back to the actual lesson. He said, not hard-faced. Yeah. The whole Afro population are literally still only along the coast of the Americas. Yeah, that don't make any sense. But, okay. He can keep saying what he wants, but, okay, we're going to get back into the actual lesson. He can continue to keep drinking his natural light in the morning, his natty light can of beer in the morning as he gets on here and trolls, and we'll continue the lesson. So as I was saying, now we're just to kind of go back to what I was talking about, and y'all can clown his ass down there. Like I was going back to what I was talking about. These were your Indian territories. So if you can, and this shows you that these were Indian territories from 1600 to 1800, right? This is at least mapped from 1600. Not that it started at 1600, but these are the areas that were mapped between 1600 and 1800. So things have changed. So if you go look at other maps, earlier maps, you're going to see different tribes, different things. But regardless of that, you won't see Mr. Apache down there. That's funny. But 1800. Didn't I say that that was the Louisiana Purchase date, right? So 1803, then they start going this way. So if you can tie your family members to these areas and they go back just about to that 1800 time before they got here, like in this area it'd have been like 1812 when they first finally got here, 1830 when they started really moving people out. Some people stayed, a lot of us stayed because there's a lot of black people there still today, right? But those, if your folks go here, then you know that, okay, my life, if your genealogical line, I'm sorry, stops here or stops here, then you know that that's likely, possibly, the type of tribe that you came from, possibly. Okay, and I say that because it could have been that they went from here to here, and you don't know that they moved from here to here, and they were really not necessarily Seminole. That's a fake tribe name. Same thing with Creeks, fake tribe name, but they might have been like Yamasi, Yuchi, Tamukwa, Spoke-Wale, other things. Okay? So that's why it's important with tracking your family not to get discouraged when you do reach a block. It's good to still, because once you find this or you find the group of Indians, area Indian that the person is in, now you'll go look for the census records for all of these in the area. I'll go look for the Catawbas, the Yamasi. Like if I found somebody right here, I would look for the Yamasi census records, Catawbas, Muskogees, Creeks, and Seminoles. I would Google each one, type census records from the early times, and then find which ones I can. Some of those you may actually have to go visit places to actually get them. But some of them you can find online, kind of like I did with some of theirs in middle in some of these times or whatever. So then once you start looking on there, you can try to see if your family's names or at least some of the surnames of your family are on there. You may not find a direct member, but you might find the surnames there. And that's another tie there for you that likely you are of that tribe. Okay? So all that saying that a lot of people didn't really mix with people like that. And also just to prove that too, because that's a talking point that goes around a whole lot. Appreciate that, Elijah. Appreciate y'all coming up in here. Appreciate everybody that's up in here except for Apache. Nobody appreciates him, of course. But you know, everybody else besides the trolls, I appreciate y'all. Let me look down here and say my what ups. It done got up a little something up in here, so let me say my what ups to the people I know. Delise, I already said what up to you. Elijah, appreciate you coming in. Catnap Man, what happening? Said what up earlier. Civilized Native, thanks for being in here. Appreciate you for the gifts too. Savannah, thanks for coming back. Appreciate the gifts. Tasha Nicole, appreciate you coming in. And let me pull up something y'all can see while I'm giving my thanks out. What was I about to pull up? Oh yeah, census record. Let me show y'all this real quick. I'm going to pull this up. Then I'm going to get the rest of my little things here. Slave and free. And I want you to notice blacks and mulattoes. And at the bottom there is a number or some numbers. And let me get my little things here. Let's see. Ebony, appreciate you being up in here. And by the Empress, I ain't seen you for the first time, but it may or may not be the first time, but appreciate the gifts. Thank you. Apache, why would you send me gifts? What kind of troll sends somebody some coins? I wish I could send them back. I feel like that's bad energy. You know what I'm saying? I don't want your beer money. I really don't. You might need that for another can. Okay. Ain't your booty queen? Appreciate that. Appreciate the coins. Real deal Indian. Appreciate the coins. Mika Baby Q. Appreciate the coins. Adventures of a Goddess. Appreciate you. Judah Lion. What's happening, boss hog? Appreciate the coins also. Good Skin Shop. Appreciate you. Appreciate the coins. Chief Rob, I appreciate that. C3 Mommy, what's happening? I didn't know you was up in here. What's happening with you? Appreciate the coins. Obi-Wan the Alchemist, appreciate the coins. Toure Mathis, Rob McFarlane, and Who is McCartney, appreciate y'all with the coins. Everybody else that's up in here, except for y'all fake folks like the username and everybody, I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I ain't gonna appreciate the rest of y'all. Pal Hugh, what's up? Appreciate you. I've seen you before in here. And Dallas, I see you down there. Okay, appreciate you. Some of us showing up in here. All right, so we're going to get into, and really this is about Marcus Garvey. I just had to go off on Apache real quick. But we got, appreciate that, Catnap Man. So just to also show, appreciate the adventures. Appreciate y'all, man, showing love. So just to show here, blacks and mulattoes. Blacks and mulattoes. How many blacks versus mulattoes was here in 1850? 3.2 million plus 405,000 mulattoes. So I can't say that, you damn sure can't say everybody's mixed. You got to think about but I also can't say that there aren't some people that aren't mixed. 405,000 will propagate to about probably 10% of our people today. 10 to 15% maybe of our people today. Maybe, okay? So you got to think out of 45 million, maybe 4.5 million or more might be black, might be mixed. And that's not a lot, to be honest with you. If it's 45 million and 10%, which is 4.5 million, are mixed with white folks, that's really not a lot. You know what I'm saying? I think there's like 2 to 3 million Africans in this bitch. In comparison, think about that as far as immigrants go on that number. So, like, it really ain't a whole lot of people here that's mixed. Most of us are very much close to full blood. Now, mind you, this is just based upon lookership. This is not a blood test. This is not genealogy. This is not nothing. So it also don't mean that there couldn't have been somebody that was hella dark that got mixed with some white person or some Asian or somebody and then mixed with another black person, black, and just was looked at the black as shit. You know, this is not a scientific thing, right? But it does say that based upon lookership, people didn't see everybody mixed like that. Okay, this is like what people saw. He said it sounds black to me. He said it sounds black to me. Might be black. I was trying to say, are you talking about what you call it up there? Apache, I don't know why you're still going. Let's all compare blood work. And I don't want, y'all blood be contaminated. Y'all like to do things like with needles and... I don't want to compare my blood work to y'all. Y'all like to do things with needles that we just don't do that much over here in my community, sir. Yeah, y'all do a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? Your blood work is contaminated. So now let's move on to the lesson, the real shit, y'all. We're gonna move on to the real shit, which we talking about Garvey. Now, I was earlier, and some of y'all saw the Garvey thing from last night, but how many people knew Garvey tried to do a school like Dr. Umar and failed? Appreciate that yellow, who's that, yellowish? Appreciate the gifts, appreciate y'all definitely coming in, being here. Love all my supporters. So who knew that? Okay, so this is an article, right? Marcus Garvey is free because he was put in jail, right? With his dumb ass. So let's read right here that today he still has followers numbering in the thousands is again evidence of his magnetic personality. Sorry, it's kind of some of the words, things are kind of missing, and his ability to appeal to other imaginations. Whatever he did to arouse the ire of the government, he also has to the credit or whatever. They giving him all this stuff. I think it's right here. It's right here. They giving him accolades. This is like a pro-Garvey paper. So they're really pro-Garvey in this paper. So like the mindset they're coming from. But still, as they're pro-Garvey, they still say some shit. They say, hey, what if his efforts to build Black Star steamship line was a miserable failure? What if his great university project did hit the rocks in New York? Who knew Garvey tried to do a school in New York? I said, well, isn't that funny? Dr. Umar, which also named himself his school after Marcus Garvey, he tried that. And he also swindled the people out of money. But you also know who swindled the people out of money? Marcus Garvey. That's why he was in jail. Yeah, we're going to get to that. Okay? But it says, if his Black Cross drugs and Black Cross military outfits and his Black Cross nurses did turn out to be flights of the imagination. So he made up to them that there was supposed to be some black military and Black Cross nurses and they said it was his imagination. This is people trying to take up for him. Yeah, his Black Star Fleet lines failed and a lot of people lost their money. Yeah, his university project didn't get taken off the ground. Yeah, his Black Cross drugs and Black Cross military outfits and nurses was in his imagination. But that shouldn't matter because he was a great man, right? That's basically the kind of sentiment they give it here. But okay, let me keep reading. It says, what if the provisional government of Africa was the wildest dream imaginable? What if? Do these facts remove the very glaring one that Marcus Garvey stirred the people as they have never been stirred before? Do these things alter the fact that for the first time in history, black men were willing to follow a black man? Huh? You don't understand. Fuck all his failures. It's the black man that he was able to corral that allowed him to be such an influential person. We need to just understand that it was the black men that followed him. Samuel, you doing the Lord's work. Appreciate that, Embodied Empress. Yeah, I'm a crush Marcus Garvey. Now that I've been reading about him, I'm about to crush this fool. I'm gonna make he's on my documentary list now. He's definitely gonna be I'm gonna have to make a documentary about his bitch ass. He got the money from the boats from the Rockefellers. I have to look into that. From Africa, yes, your boats. From Africa, yes, your boats. I see what Mika Baby Q is, and I thought you was trolling earlier, but because your responses were so small, like a second grader, I really didn't know how to take it. You know, I thought you might have been talking about somebody else. Like, well, she ain't really. I don't really understand exactly what she's saying, so I can't really tell if she's a troll or not. And I try not to respond too fast because sometimes I'll go off on one of my folks. Oh, you was typing fast? Okay, you ain't on you on the side. You on our side. Oh, okay, all right. My bad, Mika Baby Q. If you on our side, I ain't gonna trip. If you okay, I'll just making sure because I don't want to, I don't want to put you on the hit list. You know, I do clown. You know what I'm saying? So as long as you on our side, you said no, she's not. Oh no, she's not. That's what I thought. I was trying to look at that avatar, and you know, at first I was like, you could be a cute little yellow bone or something, or you could be a Siberian that's just real close to the screen and a little Mexican looking chick, which really y'all ain't real Mexicans or Cantizos. Y'all are really more like Cantizos or really Españols. Really, most of y'all just come over and speak Spanish and put on a sombrero and start acting like you're Mexican, you know what I'm saying? And then you say you're mixed with an indigenous person so you can claim that caste system. But most of y'all just come over here from places like, like Syria, You look like a Syrian. Like, you ever looked at Syrian people? Let me go ahead and show it real quick, y'all. You said not Mexican, honey. Oh, what are you? What are you? Syrian, folks. What is she, y'all? Is she with us or is she not with us? I don't think she with us. Are you with us? Because you ain't really responded the right response on that. But, some of those Mexicans, let's say this. If you were to put a sombrero on her, or if she started speaking Spanish today, would you know she was from Syria? What are you? I know, right? Syria looks white. Yeah, that's what Mexicans do too. Most of the Mexicans that claim to be, like, look at that Syrian right there. Like, couldn't they just start speaking Spanish and you'd believe it? You know what I'm saying? You could put these people almost anywhere in the world and they'll cloak, They'll cloak themselves into something. No, I think you're just trying to claim indigenous. I'm not white. I'm not Mexican. I'm not Mexican. I'm indigenous. I think that's where you're trying to go with it. But we all know that's funny. We all know that's just hilarious. You could be Syrian. You ever seen like, let's do this. Let's do this. You see that guy right there? Let's do a case study, y'all, on phenotype. You see this Syrian guy right here? What if I was to show you a photograph of Fidel Castro? Ah. A young Fidel Castro. Hold on. None the wiser, None the wiser, In fact, he looked more like that guy than that guy, to be honest. He could be that guy behind him, too. They all could be Mexicans. Make them all Mexicans. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we'll do. Can't hide my race from you. Nah. Yeah. Y'all are not from here. So, anyways, anybody with straight hair is from an animal. So, okay. Let's go back to the Garvey thing. She's just talking. So, did you know Garvey had a school, and we're not talking to her. Did you know Garvey had a school that? Oh yeah, I don't wear shirts. I'm shirtless when I do this. Yes, 8:50 in the morning. I don't have nowhere to be. I'm shirtless. You know what I'm saying? I'm chill in the morning. I don't know what you think. You think that's clowning? I can't believe he comforted in his own home. How you gonna be comfortable not wearing a shirt in your crib? Nigga, crazy. Y'all niggas crazy. Y'all can't even clown. That's supposed to clown? Shit, most of y'all probably sitting in, so especially y'all women. I know half y'all women naked right now. Y'all women know y'all like to be sitting around the house naked. And I love to see it too. I ain't even gonna lie to you. But y'all know y'all sitting around, most of y'all women sitting around naked under the sheets right now, looking at this phone. I know how y'all live. And I ain't got a problem with it. You know what I'm saying? She said, "Oh shit, your shirt black too." I don't know what she's talking about. She's hit the short school bus at this point. Okay, so let's get back to Garvey. Garvey now is out of prison. Lucky for him. What he plans to do with his liberty, and he alone knows. We can surmise that he will renew his activities on a saner, more intelligent basis. He will be deported. That is, appreciate that, Nikki. How you doing, Nikki, this morning? Exactly, no problem with that. Let me look over here. It says, the defender sought Garvey's freedom and is now glad that he secured it. It wanted to see Garvey free. No, excuse me. Not so much for the sake of Marcus Garvey, but for the sake of those who trusted and still depend upon him. The defender firmly believes that some permanent good may yet come as a result of blah, blah, blah. Right? So in the same paper, was it over here? Scheme was impracticable. Not that one. Hold on, I think I took a screenshot of it so I don't have to go searching on what the hell I was looking at. Okay. Was it this one? Yeah, okay, yeah, we're going to read this one. I think I had it open. Hold on, let me see. Let me get that Mexican off the screen. Let me get that Arab Mexican out. And you know what? Just so you know, that's why there's such an Arab influence on the goddamn Spanish. I don't even know if she's still in here, but like, when you look at like, let me just show y'all real quick. When you look at like this Spanish document, manumissions, right here. When you look at this Spanish document from the time when slavery was going on, it'll tell you certain things like if you have to pay money for certain things, it will tell you, it shows that money in a certain term. Let me see if I can find it. A term called a real, R-I-A-L, a real. That was a unit of measure of money somewhere. It's on here somewhere. Let me type it in. Real. And this is just a good little lesson for y'all. Right here. Reals. Okay? Let me do that. An infant unborn ceases to be the property of the owner by the deposit of 100 reals, about 42s, or I think 42s is I forget what that is. Like maybe pesos or cents or whatever, but they say reals now. Now, what is a real? A real is a unit of money. Let's look at that. A real, the basic monetary unit of Iran and Oman. Didn't I just show you somebody basically almost an Iranian who was a Spaniard today in Cuba, who's overhauled Cuba? Why would they be using a Iran term for their money? An Arabic term. Why would they be doing that? Let's look, because then you'll go and look at the actual etymology of the word. Real. Cause see, I look at everything. I look too much. I look so much at a lot of shit. You know what? They may not show it in here because it's actually not in English. I think I had to look at it over here under the Merriam Dictionary. Coming down, coming down. Etymology. Persian, Arabic, Riyal. First known use. It says 1930 above, but it came by the Persian, and it was before then. That's dumb. If first known use, I got a whole document from the 1800s with the word in there. But how they gonna say first use is in 1930? You can't trust these folks all the time. They don't do that enough research their damn selves. But Persian and Arabic, riyal, okay? And that's where the word comes from. And it's a Persian Arab word. Why would that be that? Well, when you look at people from Persia and from Arabia, they look like, let's look at it. Let's do this real quick. Persian people, phenotype check. Arabic people. If he put on a sombrero, what would you say? If he put on a sombrero right now and sung in a mariachi band, would you fucking know the difference? If he started calling himself DJ Khaled, French Montana, any of that shit, they all could fit the bill. Now that's your Persians, right? Arabic people, they ain't no different. Easily can be the same. So I don't know what she probably done left up out of here. But yeah, these are folks. And every time I see these folks, and also when I listen to them speak Spanish, their dialect is different. The way that they speak it, I can start to hear more of their original language or their original dialect as I do over there. She's like, no, that's not me. I know these people look exactly like me. I know they look exactly like my profile picture. But no, they're not me. No. And let me do this. Arabic women. Let's do this. Arabic women. Yeah. None of these people look like her at all, y'all. And these girls actually kind of cute. They kind of got a little twang to them then versus your normal white girl, right? They got a little twang or something. You know what I'm saying? That look exactly. If y'all can tell me, look, y'all. Let me do this, y'all. Let me do this. Let me help her out. That look exactly. If y'all can tell me, look, y'all. Let me do this, y'all. Let me do this. Let me help her out. Let me. This is her photo, guys. So this is her, guys. Okay. So this is her photograph. Okay. Let's do the side by side now. All right, let's do this. Am I tripping? Or is she tripping? Are they like a half of a genetic degree off from each other? Or am I tripping? Is my look of ship off? That these people are nowhere near the same? Those are not my people whatsoever, sir. We have no kind of genetic similarity. Now, these same people will tell you you're an African. Now, she came in this bitch talking about we come from Africa. She looked exactly like a person from Persia or Arabia. Exactly like them. But we look at nothing like an African. I'm gonna pull up a side by side of me and an African here in a second, and we gonna see what would it look like. They'll try to compare me to an Ethiopian African that's done been mixed with one of these folks. Think about that, y'all. That's what they'll try to do. I'll find an African that looks like you. Let me find you an African that mixed with one of my people. Yeah. Now you look like me. Now you look African. Except my hair. Once you mix with them, the hair doesn't look like mine no more. You've been made. You've been made. You can't cloak yourself as a real indigenous person, ma'am. Okay, I don't know why you came in here clowning. Delusion is y'all? Are we delusional or are you blind? Do I need to put her down? Do I need to put you down closer to her so you can get a better visual? Ma'am, that could be your mom, okay? That could be your mom, that could be your sister. If y'all walked in together right now, I'd have thought nothing different. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ladies, how can I help you Mexicans? You white Mexicans. Because, typically I would call y'all that because that's what you got the world thinking y'all are. I wouldn't call you somebody from Arabia because, y'all done fucked the world's minds up, make them think you're Mexican. Now you're over here trying to make it seem like you're being indigenous now. First you come over here from Arabia and act like you're a Mexican. And then after a couple generations of acting like a Mexican, you say, wait a minute, I've been here forever. I'm from this place. Yeah, that's actually what happened. Yeah. Forget those people overseas that look exactly like me. Yeah. We didn't migrate or nothing. Yeah, y'all. I'm rolling up one, y'all. That's why I'm going on my little tangent. And then we're about to get back to the facts. But I clown everybody pretty bad when they come on here, and yeah, at least you're sticking around. At least you're sticking around a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You're a trooper. Some people can't take this amount of truth in their face. Because you didn't know you looked like an Arabic person, did you? You didn't know people in Arabia look exactly like you. You ain't been over there in so long. You thought you was from Mexico. You've been in America so long. You thought that's the thing. They've been in America so long. They thought they were from Mexico. Yeah. My dad came from Mexico 2 generations ago. My grandma, but she came from Arabia. I'm sorry. She came from Arabia to Mexico and then went from Mexico, because y'all got a border hop. That's what y'all do. That's what y'all was doing not that long ago, ma'am. Didn't you see recently on the motherfucking when Biden was in office? Y'all remember when they was hopping the border? They was showing cameras, videos of other people hopping the border. There was all kind of Persians and Chinese and Africans and everybody coming out through there. Yeah, you don't think you was doing that back then? Yeah, border hoppers. They've been border hoppers. Fence jumpers. Wet bags. All that shit. You know what I'm saying? Wet bags, because you had to cross that little wet river to get over here. You was always wet when you crossed the border. Yeah, that's what they call your wet bags. Your back was wet. Now your back wasn't that. It might have been wet when you came over from that boat from goddamn Arabia too. When you hit Mexico, right before you hit cross the other little wet area of the motherfucking border of America. And now you think you're from here. No, ma'am, I'm sorry. Okay, all right. I'm about to get off you. Let me erase your photo. I don't want to see an Arabic person in my shit. I don't want to be looking at an Arab all the time. You know what I'm saying? But okay, let's get back to the facts, y'all. I don't know why y'all can't embrace y'all heritage. She's beautiful. I wouldn't mess with her too much. Don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? She's cute. I ain't gonna lie. I will say when a person is cute, and I will say when somebody is ugly, like Africans. Okay. Don't get me wrong. Y'all got some ugly Arabic people too, but y'all do all right. Y'all do all right over there in Arabia with your looks. Y'all look like y'all was like some mixed out black folks. Almost. Y'all look like y'all on that tinge, on that front edge of I was almost black. I mean, I'm like almost white, but a little bit of that black is kind of sticking around somehow. That's what it looks like to me a little bit. Yeah, like, but I fuck with it. I fucks with it. You know what I'm saying? I fucks with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. If I saw you at the club, I might take you home for that evening only. Okay? Give me calm down. We can't do that. We can't make babies and all that with you. I'm just playing. I wouldn't do that with you. I don't like being with white girls. I'm sorry. Anyways, so let's get back to the lesson. I love my black women too much. I'm sorry, y'all. It really is an amazing thing to be with a black woman. I don't know if y'all know that, but yes, it's amazing. So, let's say some got girls, 1 for already. I missed all what y'all talking about. Yep, Google confirmed a lot of Syrian, Lebanese, Palestine people came here in the 1800s to Mexico. Really? See, I need to start looking for manifest from people from those areas. I do got some manifest from certain areas. But I bet we could find some, y'all. I bet we could find some. Yeah. I like when they troll because it makes me look into their history a little bit more. And then when they come back, they look worse than they did last time. And I love that. I always love that. Hold on, let me look down here real quick. Let me look down here real quick. What's up, Tabitha? I see you down there. What's up, Monet? I see you down there. I didn't see y'all come up in here. What's up, Juju? Rob McFarland? Melanippers? Mocha? I can say what's up to y'all. Tasha Nicole? Anybody? I think I said what's up to everybody else earlier. Appreciate y'all coming up in here. Appreciate the gifts, y'all. Appreciate everything. Appreciate y'all being in here. All right, let's get on to this Garvey topic. She knows she's at this point, she knows she's from overseas. When Marcus Garvey organized the Universal Negro Improvement Association, they didn't put the word Negro in there. Somebody reported alive. That's fine. I'm still gonna clown y'all niggas. The necklace is that my line is not gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna still put a little appeal in. Put my little appeal in, But I'm still gonna clown y'all fools. And that's kind of funny, boy. You come in, you troll, and then when we clown you and you start feeling bad, you hit the report button. You got to think about it. Like, I've never touched that button. I don't even know where the hell that button is at. So you got to think of the mind of a Karen, the mind of a Mexican Karen. You know what I'm saying? She already knew where that button was at. She already had her finger on it when she came up in here. In fact, she probably already pushed the button before she talked shit in the comments. But I love it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm still going to clip this and put it on YouTube. And, people are going to be able to have their own opinion about what you look like on here. But they can't see your comments, so that's kind of fine, when I do it. I wish they could see the comments. That would be cool. But anyway, okay, let me go to this. The Negro Improvement Association in New York in 1918. The Black Star Steamship Corporation in 1919. He did not notify or consult the African rulers about his dream of an empire for the American Negroes in Africa. He tried, like many others, look at this, hold on. He tried, like many other educated Negro fools, to redeem Africa with his unbridled audacity. That's why I wanted to read this too. Look, man, I want y'all to be encouraged. Y'all are repeating your ancestors. Those of us that are fighting against these narratives about us being African and we know that we're indigenous to this landmass. You are literally repeating the fighting words, talking points, and things of that nature from my ancestors from not that long ago in the early 1900s as well as from well past then. If they were saying this in 1923, they were saying even way more than that. Said some Iberian shit. Everybody double tap. Appreciate that. Mixed with YT, some Iberian shit, right? Nothing new. Mm-hmm. So, as you can see, they say, hey, even other educated Negro fools have been trying to redeem Africa for us. So think about that. That's your Pan-Africans. That's your educated fools would be your Masons who are probably inside of those fraternities who are part of your bourgeoisies. That's who they talking about, right? So when I read this, I was like, damn, that's crazy. These people were really dealing with the same shit. And we're going to shut that shit down for the future. Africa, with its unbridled audacity, it says that is why his stupidity and arrogance brought him trouble and lawsuits in the United States. So as you can see here, this is not a pro-Garvey paper like the last one is. And they are speaking harsh about Garvey. Hold on, y'all. Let me look at something real quick. Okay. I was trying to make sure I didn't double book one of my customers. I was like, wait a minute, dude. Because otherwise, I'm going to have to get my ass out there, and it's too cold. I don't want to work. I'm going to give all my work away to my guys. I'm chilling, nigga. I'm going live. I'm live streaming and researching throughout the goddamn winter time. Anyways, so let's keep going. So he said that brought him trouble in lawsuits. It was rumored that the Black Star steamship line bought the old wooden steamships Yarmouth and Kanawaha, whatever. But thousands of Negroes who invested their money in the project lost everything they had after they had sold their homes and farms and discovered that the corporation did not own a ship or a canoe in America. Ain't that what Dr. Umar been doing, man? Did Dr. Umar, did he not come up with the same scheme of doing a school, having people invest, and he never really bought the school? Apparently he bought a location that was the school, and he's just been fixing it up forever. But it's still kind of hard to say that because I've seen him get access to the school and go in there and make videos. But I don't know. Like at first I was like, I tried to get him in a little time. I did. You know, I was like, okay, he done got a little school, maybe whatever. But then I tried to immediately be like, he could just be walking into a school and just be making videos, nigga. You never really know with these fools. And I don't know. I mean, it looked like he did get it at first. I do remember a sign going up, but it's almost like. But think about this: it's one thing to buy things. Like if you're trying to continue your progress of swindling the people, it depends on how much money they done gave you, whether or not you're gonna continue up with the swindle or let all the money go. That's no different than Jay Morrison. For those who don't know, Jay Morrison, he had bought the Tulsa real estate. He called it the Tulsa real estate. I mean, the Tulsa something group or whatever. Even though it wasn't in Tulsa, that's what kind of threw me off. When it first heard, like, why are you gonna use the name of Tulsa and you ain't? Anyways. But they had a building that they had bought. Well, they had so much money that you got enough money to buy a building, but then they also took out a loan on the building. So that's the trickery of it. They bought the building, so you think and I didn't even think about that. Goddamn Omar could have did the same thing. But if you buy the building cash, let's say you buy a building cash, $500,000. People done paid you. You done made a couple million off of people in donations. You spent $500,000 to get the building, and then you squandered the other 1.5 million, right? But it looks like at least you got a building, right? So people somewhat still are supporting you or whatever. But then you go and you take a loan out on the building, and you get the $500,000 back. Now you squandered that $500,000, which is what he did. And then what happens after that? For some reason, he couldn't pay the bills anymore, and he had to sell the building. Well, guess what happens when he sells the building? Well, that goes to pay off the building price. Well, he basically squandered the entire amount of money, and little did you know that he actually was able to spend the whole money. Some people will actually still give him credit for buying the building, but that means nothing if you just took out a loan on the same building with the money you just spent on the building from the donation money and used it against that and then lost the building because you took out the loan. The purpose of actually getting the building and buying it cash is so you don't have to have a loan, so the building would never actually get taken. Okay? My bad when I pause, that's me taking a good old pull of this good old green. But yeah. So these are the schemes that these people be pulling. And Marcus Garvey was doing the same thing. He was collecting people's money for a ship that he never bought. For ships that he never bought. And these people thought that they were going to go to Africa. Really thought they were going to go to Africa and sold farms and properties and shit. It's like, okay, well, I'll help you buy the boat. So that way, I mean, I might as well give up this stuff. I ain't going to be here no way. And ain't that no different than them tricking niggas to go to Africa today? Ain't niggas being tricked to go to Africa today? I mean, right now, they don't mind. They love me over here. Okay. Yet they come to America because of what white Americans doing in Haiti, right? We said it's at the bottom of the screen. Are you talking about? You know, what newspaper is this? The Charlotte Observer. The Charlotte Observer. That while Africans want us to think we're them when we're not. Yeah, they want to take our place. It goes back to Noah 3 sons, all that stuff. were supposed to be in service in the three of the brothers. That's what I've heard about I've definitely heard the reference because there's a lot of talks about the tribes of Israel. So what you saying is there is no way we can build trade routes to Africa. Yeah. What would we be trading that we need from Africa? I don't know. And I want you. I'm going to read some to y'all later that they're going to talk about those minerals in Africa as if the minerals were good back there. Look, we know that that's a myth. We know now that Africa ain't got no good minerals. They ain't all that, and they ain't the only ones with anything they got. That's for sure. They only got like 3 prime minerals over there: cobalt, platinum, and gold. I can live my life completely without cobalt, platinum, and gold, and I can also get cobalt, platinum, and gold from somewhere else. Why do they, and we also have a lot of that here too. Why do they uphold this man? I know, right? It's so crazy. White Mexicans and nothing new. All right, I just have to go through some of y'all's little messages up there real quick. Let me come back down and see the new ones. And his female assistant that was helping him found out he was married and using her. For real? I didn't know that. Because his wife, I'm gonna go to a thing here in a moment where his wife was in the newspapers. And his wife was talking good about Walter Plecker. I don't know if people know that. His wife was giving credit to Walter Plecker and was saying that the Racial Integrity Act that erased the Indians, she said that was a good idea. So let's go to this. Some of these Negroes had to beg for bread in New York and Philadelphia because they lost their jobs trying to redeem Africa with garbage. See, y'all better stop that Africa shit. Y'all gonna lose your shit. Y'all losing your shit. They've been losing their shit since back then. Okay. Their children were in such poor conditions that conditions had to be taken in various Negro churches to support them and save them from the starving and freezing of unaliving. So we had to take in the children of these fools who thought they was going to go to Africa with Garvey and gave up all their goddamn money. Ain't that a bitch? Luckily, y'all lucky we some loving, caring Indians. Okay? Y'all lucky we some loving and caring Indians of America, and we didn't chastise y'all fully for wanting to go to Africa. At least not them babies. We said, give us them babies. Okay? Y'all teaching them this mess. Okay. It says, since Marcus Garvey hasn't any gun and ammunition factory in New York to protect the American Negroes, I will advise you Negroes in the South not to make your own beds hard for your wives and children. Don't sell your home. Don't sell your homes and farms to support any fake and radical movement that will bring animosity between you and your white friends. I don't know about the white friend part, but okay. The white people are spending millions of dollars every year in the United States to educate your children and to help your churches in the possibilities. Now, I don't know who this is talking. They're being a little extra right now, but okay. I like some of what you're saying, but not this part. But to allow these so-called Negro leaders from the North to fool you will bring the Negro race backwards instead of progressing rapidly. And he says, your grandfathers and grandmothers suffered terribly in Virginia, North and South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, and Louisiana immediately after the Emancipation Proclamation in 1865, when the Liberian Exodus. I didn't read this. When the Liberian Exodus Association failed to carry the Negroes back to Africa in 1879. They actually mentioned that, and we know that happened. What else, Smoke John? And we do know that happened. So, okay, they failed to send the people back. Okay, and it says, it was said that after the Negro president and officials of this Back to Africa movement had collected thousands of dollars from their followers, they disappeared into no man's land in 1879 and caused poor and needy Negroes to go into their graves with sorrow into their hearts. Wow, that's what they did with the Liberian folks, y'all. What? They linked in Liberia? Mm-hmm. That shit crazy. And so think about that. Think about that. These people were against this whole back to Africa thing. So much so they like, man, y'all been trying this. You stupid. They said it up top. They said the stupid Negro, educated Negroes coming over here acting all pompous like they just gotta bring this whole African shit back up again. And they're like, that shit didn't even work for Liberia on niggas. Okay, and they said the Liberian Exodus Association. That's what they call it, the Liberian Exodus Association. Yeah, I wouldn't join that motherfucking movement either, nigga. Get y'all stupid ass out of here. Brought the old wooden steamship, bought the old wooden steamship Clipper for the purpose to carry the Negroes to Africa, but the ship was sold to some white people in the North. Nobody knew who got the money after the ship was sold because of the stockholders couldn't. Now, before I go up, that's exactly what I was just mentioning to y'all, dude, with the whole thing with Jay Morrison. You buy a ship to make it look like you've actually done something with some of that money. Then you turn around, these niggas done sold the ship to anybody. And now it says the money, they say because the stockholders couldn't locate the president of the officials to prosecute them. So they don't know where the money went. And they said warrants of propaganda. The Constitution of the United States was made by the white people when the Negro was in slavery. I don't like that, and couldn't read or write in America. I definitely don't like that. It was put into action before he was set free. Therefore, I advise you again to abide by the Constitution as long as you are enjoying liberty in this country, which set your ancestors free from bondage. But if you listen to the false doctrines of Marcus Garvey, you will find yourselves back in slavery in 10 years. So think about it. It would be kind of hard to listen to either one of these folks. If you were an Indian, which many of us was, and you were reading this at the time, you would be saying, nigga, you bullshitting about this whole slavery and bullshit right here, and I don't give a fuck about Garvey either. Right? But there would be some people that may have taken either of these sides at that time. But you go down here and it says, if the federal government will allow for the Universal Negro Improvement Association to continue its propaganda so long in the United States. The greatest trouble is that some of the Negro leaders talk too much. They have criticized every white man who has tried to help the Negroes in America. Their motive is not to help their poor Negroes, but to make money for them. Okay, they said the greatest trouble is that some of the Negro leaders, and don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong, I understand the sentiment a bit where Negro leaders who usually are controlled by these white folks, right? But some of them might not be. But some of them are, like in the Democratic Party and stuff like that, right? And those people would be doing this have these kind of motives for stuff like that. They would be hold on, the motive is not to help the poor Negroes. They would be the type of people that would be like out there, like they're on our side, but they're not really trying to help us. They just whatever, trying to make money for themselves or whatever. So I can understand the sentiment, but at the same time, yeah, I don't know about all that. And it says, after Marcus Garvey was arrested by Mr. O.B. Williamson, a post office inspector in New York, January 12, 1913, for using the mails to defraud and brought before United States Commissioner Hitchcock, where he was released in $2,500 bail. It was discovered by the federal agents that the Black Star Line had sold 200,000 of its bogus shares at $5 each to the Negroes. Wow. It's literally the Jay Morrison scheme, man. It's literally the Jay Morrison scheme, the Umar scheme. Yeah, robbing us, y'all. That's crazy. selling bogus shares. Look, that's your crypto coin niggas today. Not to say that there couldn't be a viable somewhat coin that could work in a motherfucking whatever, but many of them are trying to sell bogus shares into a coin that's not gonna really make it into anything. And it's gonna be some bullshit. You gotta watch it, man. And don't get me wrong, even I almost got caught up in some shit. Like I almost sent some money to that Jay Morrison shit at one point. Almost did. I almost sent like 500, and I was sitting there like, but I didn't really have a ton of money back then, and I was still gonna try to figure out a way to send it. And I was in my head, I was like, man, I'm pro-black. I should be doing more for these causes. This, and you'll tell that shit to yourself. I should be doing more for these causes. This man, he looked like he's trying. Like, let me go ahead. But I just kept looking at it over time, like, there's a lot of shit missing. He's kind of all flash and no information direct. And luckily I didn't throw no money into it. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people did millions of dollars. They did millions of dollars. In fact, it's a lot of crypto scams. I was in crypto back in 2018 and 2020. Yeah, and it sucks. And it's a lot of those schemes. A lot of them people made a lot of money, but they made a lot of money off of pump and dump schemes. But some people turn a profit off of and trying to make a viable coin that actually can be worth something and keep in circulation and stuff. If you actually invested in the actual Bitcoin itself, that was definitely cool if you got it in them early days. But yeah, it's like they're taking some truth and they're not telling everybody the truth. And like I just went off on a dude on a live stream because he's on a live stream. You can tell he ain't got a lot of money like that. You know what I'm saying? Not like you gotta have a lot of money, and not like it's like that. But it's like if you don't talk big when you don't have a lot of money or anything to prove it. And so when I say like that, he was on there. He kept saying, "Yeah, nah, I control $1.5 million in assets and this and that." And he just kept mentioning this $1.5 million, and it's like, dude, I can literally hear that you sitting on your front porch in a random ass, normal city, nothing wrong with it whatsoever. But you know what I'm saying? Talking about you control $1.5 million. Quit bullshitting my folks. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you're gonna do it, show it. Now, if you can, show it. If you don't have a portfolio that you can show a little something real quick online to the people that you're trying to prove this to, then they shut the fuck up. I can't stand that because you're trying to scam my people. And this is why I go hard on scammers, because we've been scammed all the time. And I know that a lot of times I can see through a lot of that shit. A lot of times I do. And even if I jumped the gun, I will still try to I'll try to ease my way into the shit, you know what I'm saying, by just questioning the person. But I'm going to tell you like this, as soon as I ask the person questions, they get super defensive. That's a red flag already. If you love your business and your business is top notch, a question shouldn't bother you. Because my question won't be no stupid like, are you sure this ain't fake? You know? Yeah, I'd be like, hey, what they gonna say on there? No, it's not fake, nigga. Why would you say that? No, that ain't my question. My question to be when they're explaining whatever they are, I'll go to their website and then I'll come back and I'll be like, all right, man, let me ask you a question. So on your website, it says this, that, and the third. Let me ask you this. What is this, that, and the third? And then they'll start getting defensive and mad. Well, if you gave me time, if you let me explain. It's like, man, and then people be mad. Some people be looking at me like I'm being harsh, but I'm like, man, I'm not harsh, man. I'm going to be harsh on them. I ain't going to lie. I am harsh. I'm harsh on scammers. Peace, Samuel. Peace, Copy Chippewa. I appreciate you being up in here, coming up in. I'm going to be even harder on them, man. Now, even more so when I read stuff like this and I see that these people are literally rotating out the motherfucking scams on us. Now I got to go hard. Okay, every time I see a scammer, I hope y'all know. I just hope my people back me up. The people that hopefully y'all be in the chat, y'all be like, no, you can trust Sam. Don't be mad. I know he's an asshole right now. I know he's yelling at this man, going off and crashing out on this man, but give him a chance. He means well. Because the last thing I want to do is see my people get scammed. Okay. On big things like this. Now, if it's small stuff, like you just like donating to a little small cause or something small and it's just a little something, I'm not looking into all those stuff like that. I'm not really his crew. I got me. I'm not looking into all that. Like I'm not gonna look all the way and be like, you really do what you say you was gonna do? I would only do that if you consistently do that. Like there's a dude that was on one panel one time, and then we're gonna get back into this. But there was a dude on a panel one time, and he kept saying about how he feeds the homeless every day. He does it every week, blah, blah, blah. He goes live, but he never shows his lives. Still haven't seen the live streams. But he kept doing it and kept doing it, and people was donating and giving him money, and he was saying he was doing it again, and this, that, and the third, but nobody would ever see proof. And then people started questioning, like, hey, where's the proof at, man? You've been saying this a lot. You know what I'm saying? But you kind of put yourself out there. Like, it's not the fact that he was almost like saying too much. He was, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And I don't know, he may have shown some proof since then, but like he was saying too much because he was saying he was live streaming himself. So now people are going to be looking for the live streams. You know what I'm saying? So now when you say you're doing these things and you're not showing what you say you're doing, is people are going to question. And then people get mad when they question. Well, you already put yourself in a bad spot already. So I was going back and forth with him that one day about it. You know what I'm saying? Because I was just like, you can't be mad at the people showing proof. And a lot of people was going off for him that one day. Yeah, you got to show proof. And I say you only got to show proof if you're continuously asking for stuff. Now, if you just did like one little project, you say, hey, y'all, look, man, tomorrow I'm going to do this little small thing. I'm about to go out, feed the homeless, whatever. And you don't talk about it again until like maybe next year or something. Like you do it every once a quarter or something. Okay, whatever. You ain't really doing too much. You ain't going to give it up. But if you're doing this every day, now you panhandling my folks purposely. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like that. But those aren't schemes that are gonna break people. So I'm not like super harsh on those. But your crypto scams or your other scams where people are gonna likely invest thousands, I will nip that in the bud fast as a fuck. I ain't even gonna lie. I mean, as soon as I hear it, like no, don't you invest that kind of money with him? Don't buy his courses. Don't take his whatever. Now, that wasn't Hood. That was somebody else. Who was doing that? You know what? I ain't even gonna mention his name because he acted like he was gonna turn it around. So I ain't even gonna mention his name. But okay, let's go back into the lesson. But that was part of the lesson. These people have been rotating the schemes around on folks. Okay. So anyway, Garvey got caught up. Let's see. He said he sold the Black Star has been sold for $200,000 of bogus shares. Oh, he sold 200,000 bogus shares at $5. Now let's get what's the gravity of that? That's $1 million. No, 5 times 2. Yeah, that's $1 million in 1923. Okay, $1 million in 1923 is probably like $4 million. Okay, in bogus shares. Okay. To Negroes, which makes the total of $1 million. The fake Liberian Liberty Bond also brought $300,000 to the Universal Negro Improvement Association. About $200,000 was contributed to the bogus African Redemption Fund by the Negroes who were anxious to return to Africa, where molasses and bread trees were supposed to grow abundantly without cultivation, according to their imagination and superstition. Wow, they said these niggas. They told these niggas that motherfucking molasses and bread trees was growing wild in Africa. Nigga, ain't that what they be trying to tell us today? All the resources in Africa, nigga. If you want to come, you're gonna get the best life in Africa. We have everything. This stuff is literally no different than what we deal with today. Okay, now let's look down here. Black Star Line. The Black Star Line hasn't a penny in its treasury. Don't that sound like Dr. Umar when he got on the internet and he had to ask for money to get back home from Africa? He had not a penny in his treasury at the time. Yeah. Same old playbook, exactly. It says the Black Star Line hasn't a penny in its treasury to pay dividends to the stockholders. Same with Jay Morrison. Same with Dr. Umar. Same with everybody else, okay? Because all the money collected has been spent lavishly by Marcus Garvey and his associates. That is the reason why Marcus Garvey failed to carry the American Negro back to Africa. I think such foolish likely, but such fool projects ought not to be allowed to do the Negro race more harm than it already has done for the past 4 years in America. Notice they always delineate themselves. The Negro race, the black man, he wants to take you back to Africa, and they talk about Africans, but they never self-impose the African or word on themselves. They never say, yeah, our African American, black African descendant people, freemen. Who that sound like? Oh, yeah, I am a foundational black American freeman, descendant of slaves, black American freeman person. Y'all know who I'm talking about. That nigga do that shit all the time. I ain't even gonna say his name. I'm gonna leave him out of the game. I'm gonna leave him out of it. Why are you throwing so many on there? You don't know what you are. You want to just include them all? Just throw them all in there. Okay. But all right. Marcus Garvey failed to carry the American Negro back to Africa. I think so. Okay. In conclusion, I will say to you, as an African prince, oh, yeah. Wait a minute. In conclusion, I will say to you, as an African prince, let us cooperate with all the good white people all over the world, because it is the best policy for us to do in Africa, Europe, America, and Australia. I think this was written by an African. My bad. Hold up. Which makes sense why they praising the white man quite a bit, which is pretty funny. Let me see. I think this was written by the African, because he does say I'm an African prince, but he's talking about the Negroes, and notice he's delineating the Negroes. On top of that, that's crazy. But I did remember reading somewhere earlier that it was an African that had wrote some shit. And then I think that was his writing. That's crazy. But he was telling the truth. On top of that, he was delineating himself from the other people, saying that y'all might as well stick there and stick it out with the white folks. And he was groveling to the white folks quite a bit. You know what I'm saying? Like an African. That is what it is. But he had the right sentiment. Okay? He had the right sentiment on some of that. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, right here. Black Prince warns race against racial schemes of so-called leaders. Yeah. Majoruddin Daniel, that's his name, the Prince of Nigeria. That nigga was talking against it. You got the Prince of Nigeria saying, nigga, we didn't tell you to bring these Negroes over here. What you talking about? And you over here defrauding the niggas and shit. That nigga don't make no goddamn sense. Look at that shit. Speaks of the Negroes of Charlotte of Ebenezer Church on impossibility of Marcus Garvey movement to carry Negroes back to Africa. Pleads for cooperation with white folks. It's like, hey man, how about y'all cooperate with them white folks? You know what I'm saying? How about you give it some time and work it out with the white folks? You know, and I'm not mad at them. I am not mad at them at that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's almost like us right now, trying to work it out with Trump. Go ahead, Trump. You know what I'm saying? We'll work it out with you. Get them niggas out of here. Get that old bullshit ass history out of here. Get that whatever gone. You know what I'm saying? And then we gonna get on to our getting on. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad I read through that and forgot that part, because I wouldn't have had the same ideas. But now you see, even Africans were saying Garvey wasn't shit, and on top of that saying they're not going back to Africa. They don't want you to come back to Africa. And they also delineate. They didn't call. So I said the people didn't impose an African persona on themselves, but really it's the African didn't impose the African ethnicity on the black people of America. You know what I'm saying? Throughout the entire article, not once did he say these people came from here. These people are my people, or none of that shit, okay? And the whole time he just lit Garvey's ass up, mostly, and groveled a bit to the white folks. Now, let me show you, let's see. Now, we read this about his school. Now, for those who's just coming in, I want to reread this part, because this makes even more so explosive sense. And I'm just going to read a small passage. Some of y'all have already heard it. But it says right here, hold up, resents Garvey's slur. It says, now these are people talking against Garvey. Now they say some stuff up here, but this is the part that I want to start at. These are people talking against Garvey. Let me look at my phone. After 10:30. No problem at all, comma. Yes, I can get him there by 10:30. That's no problem, period. Okay, my bad, Joe. All right. Business calls. Okay, so right here, hopefully you've been reading. When Garvey says this is not the colored citizen's country in the same sense that it is the country of every loyal American, black or white, he knows nothing of the history of the race in this country. He does not know that black men played a vital part in the exploration and settlement of the continent, and that there were 40 black men with Balboa when when he discovered the Pacific coast, and that Balboa found a tribe of black men then living on the shores of South America. See, even in 1922, now I had brought this last night to the Pan African panel, and my purpose was because bringing this up is because they always say nobody back then was saying that people was coming from here. Nobody back then said blah blah blah. And I also told them not only that, but I also had the motherfucking book. I didn't have the actual Balboa book because I downloaded Balboa's book, but I never actually clipped that page. But I brought up, y'all know the book, Research is Philosophical Antiquarian Research, regarding, that long title book, right? Balboa. So I brought this up on their ass too, okay, to actually confirm that. Now, they was trying to say, oh, this ain't a main source. Now, Gummy Slavey, or whatever, that Gummy weirdo, he came on my panel this morning, and I can't wait to actually post that. And I basically destroyed him, but he tried to say that Peter Martyr is not a valid source. So you know what I did? I said, oh, really? Really? He's like, yeah, that nigga didn't do this. He didn't come over. He didn't write this. He didn't. I said, oh, really? Do you know who Peter Martyr is, dude? I was like, oh, yeah, you don't know who Peter Martyr is because I have this right here that Daltar Island and the Daltar Island History website actually has this book here in Latin, and it's Peter Martyr of De Angleria, and it was written between 1457 and 1526. No, that's how when he was alive. It was written in 1530, and they actually use his book as a reference for the historical. That's King Dathar of Dathar Island. He reigned over 500 tribes on the Geechee Coast, what you call the Geechee Coast, which used to be called Chicora. South Carolina used to be called Chicora. But I showed them, so I was like, so let me ask you this. How come a book from 1530 written by somebody who was there at the time, how come that's not a source? Especially when a museum and a place that's like a historic foundation for a whole island mass for somebody who's an indigenous Indian. How come they would use this? How come this isn't a source? He just started crashing out from there. But let's get back over to here, though. The reason why I'm saying that is I'm showing this stuff because you mean to tell me our ancestors in the 1922s knew about these folks? Knew more than what a lot of us knew than about some damn Christopher Columbus or some damn whatever. Like, they knew about Balboa. I didn't know about Balboa until like a year ago. Really, barely a year, not even a year ago. I didn't know about Balboa, to be honest, until I read the damn Philosophical Antiquarian book. You know what I'm saying? Then I went to go look up the books and stuff like that. I started looking up Cortez, Coronado, and I've been looking at DeSoto, Verrazano, some of them other ones, but like Louis Corus, Charlevoix, Peter Martyr, Gumilia. I can name off so many from the top of my fucking head that it makes no goddamn sense. And these people could do the same. That's what I'm getting at. And I'm about to show you what he says right here. But these people, our ancestors, could do the same. They knew the same. You are literally repeating the arguing points of your ancestors. And we about to shut these motherfuckers down this go round. They not about to continue this shit for another 100 goddamn years. This is 1922. They not about to continue this bullshit for another 100 goddamn years, okay? So he does not know of the black men, that black men were here with the Spanish discoverers and explorers with Cortez when he went to Mexico and Coronado when he went to Kansas. Now notice he's saying black folks. He has Africans right here. We're going to see it. That's two different types of people. And how do I know? Because he also talks about Estevanico, and he says that's a black explorer. And we know Estevanico was a Moor from Europe, not a Moor from Africa, right? So this person even more knows that the Africans that came in with Juan Ponce de Leon is different from the Estevanico, the Moor explorer that came with other Spaniards. You see what I'm saying? I can break down even them and their knowledge, and they are so on point with it. But okay, let's go. So, but also they know that they're saying that black people were here. They're also saying that black people came with the Spaniards. But notice they didn't call them slaves of the Spaniards. They didn't throw that in there because they were not slaves of the Spaniards. Quit playing games, right? But Garvey will try to make it seem like they were slaves of the Spaniards in his response to this. Garvey will try to do that. But okay, let me go. Let me keep going. I'm going here. But it says he does not know that colored men helped establish the first settlement in Jamestown in 1507, and that Africans were with Ponce de Leon at St. Augustine in 1565, that Estevanico, the black explorer, with 3 Spaniards explored the present state of Texas. Now, he literally just used Africa right there. He easily could have used it again, right? But okay, let's keep going. Explored the present state of Texas. He does not know that black men were with George Washington in the French and Indian Wars. That black man, one of that expedition, that a black man was with Daniel Boone in Kentucky in 1774 and gave up his life as the first man. Crispus Attucks was the first to shed his blood for American independence in the Boston Massacre in 1774. That Peter Salem, a black man, was the first to die in the Battle of Bunker Hill and at the hands of the British, Major Petroleum, whatever his name is. That a black man was by the name of York was a vital part of the Lewis and Clark expedition to the Great Northwest in 1807, and that York's Dry River is named after him. He does not know that black soldiers were paid tributes by George Washington and his generals in 1776, and by General Jackson for the defense of the New Orleans in the War of 1812. And black sailors were with Commodore Perry in the Battle of Lake Erie in 1812. That black men were with Fremont when he discovered gold in California in 1849. That black men, to the number of 178,000 taken from the trenches and the farms and the rebels in coats, blue turned away. Look, I ain't gonna lie. I should just go like on a public platform, like and do a speech with just repeat what this nigga said, like with a lot of passion, and people will probably be all giving me all kind of praises. That a black man, did this, and a black man did that, Not just playing, but okay. But he says right here, another part that I want y'all to see. He does not know that the black Americans have played this vital part in American history from its prehistoric beginnings down to the planting of the Stars and Stripes at the North Pole by Commander Peary with his black companion Matt Henson by his side in 1909. He surely cannot know of the 10th Cavalry in the Indian Wars with General Custer, nor of the Black Companions at San Juan Hill in 1898 with Theodore Roosevelt, nor does he remember the service of the Hellfighters and the Buffaloes and their 400,000 black American companions in World War. When he says that America is a white man's country, he does not take into account that black men, to the number of unnumbered millions, gave 250 years of unrequited toil and martyrdom as slaves to the settlement, the industry and present wealth of the South and the nation. Now, notice he talks about us being slaves. Never said anything about a slave trade anytime in here. Okay, I'm just throwing that out there. He didn't say all that we came over on boats and nothing, but okay. The industry and present wealth of the South of the nation. We say again that the interloper among colored Americans damnably misrepresents them by all rules of right and reasons country by all the things that men hold dear. They are going to preserve this as they're going to preserve this as their common country, and they are going to live and if need be die to preserve this as their common country. Okay, so this nigga wasn't playing. This nigga said we will die here, we will live here, we ain't going. Ain't no Africans. We been here since forever, since prehistoric times. We even some of y'all niggas done came over on these boats with some of these motherfuckers done been living among us sometimes. Okay, but we didn't say you was no slaves. We just said y'all niggas came over with these boats. Okay, so this right here, fully explosive, fully explosive. Okay, and let me show one last. Let's see. I thought I had another thing about Garvey. Hold on one second. Yeah, let's see. That's that he would begin to build up a nation, progressive American resources, inviting the picture. Should not be for the desire of his heart, the wishes. I don't think I read this to y'all. I don't have the. Okay, that's from that. This is from a different paper. Until all rights are. Okay, I'm gonna read this. I can't remember why I did it, but I did it for a reason. Once I read through it, instead of me just trying to read it by myself, once I read through it, I'll know. Our church school of thought insists upon fighting it out there. If that term is the proper one to describe our contention until all the rights and privileges of the Americans or of African descent, the Americans of African descent, this could be a white person writing this, of African descent are scurried as much as they are legally and constitutionally recognized. These colored men, so I think it is because if you say these colored men, you're not talking about us or, whatever. These Negroes do not recognize Africa as their home, even though you just call them Africans. You're going to tell them they don't recognize Africa. I think that's why I did this. These Negroes do not recognize Africa as their home or as their fatherland. The United States of America has supplanted it. That's what he tries to say. But no, I was like, regardless of how this white boy tries to spin it, he just admitted that Negroes in 1921 don't even think of Africa as their fatherland. Okay, that's all I give a fuck about. All that little extra, all the little extra shit you're trying to throw in there. I'm gonna keep reading to make sure I don't have anything else in here. It says they do not recognize that the Black Star flag of the Marcus Garvey movement, for they regard it as a virtual surrender of their rights under the Constitution of the United States, and they propose to die fighting for their rights under that instrument or to live fighting for the same principles. So right here, literally, regardless of how he try to throw this we some Africans in here, he says right here, look, we didn't think of this as Africa as our fatherland, and we will fight and die in this land no matter what you tell you, no matter what they tell you. So we was gonna be on top of things no matter what. Like not on my bad. Not we was gonna be on top of things. We was not on the sentiment of this African shit no matter what. No matter what. No matter whether they thought they was Indians, no matter what the hell the situation might have been, we wasn't on no Africa shit. That's what people gonna learn. But people try to tell you, and let me show this other thing real quick. People will try to tell you that the people during this time were on some Africa shit. Now this is 1921, right? Well, I can also pull up. Let me see which folder. Which folder is that in? think if I just do Choctaw, I might be able to find it. Hold on one second. What I'm looking for is a newspaper clipping from the Dawes Rolls time of our ancestors. Also, freedmen, maybe it's under that. Oh, right here, right here. Okay, so this is, I don't know what date. Does it have a date on it? But this will be from the early 1900s, but just about. But you got this newspaper article that says the Choctaw and Chickasaw freedmen seek enrollment. The plaintiffs are Choctaw Chickasaw freedmen, that is, Negroes or persons born of Negro mothers and Indian fathers. They are called freedmen, were recognized by the government as such, and were each allotted 40 acres of land for which they have received their allotment certificates or patents. Didn't realize it said patents right there, but okay. There are about 1,500 There are about 1,500 of them, and after their names had been placed on the freedmen rolls, they made application to the Secretary of the Interior to be transferred to the tribal rolls. The Secretary held that even were it legal to transfer them to the allotments, even if it were legal to transfer them, that the allotments had been made, the rolls closed, and the whole affair ended. So think about this. I want you to think about this. They knew they were going to use these documents to purposely label us as freemen later. Now, these people came up and was like, hey, look, y'all put us on the rolls as freemen. We didn't, it doesn't say that they applied for it. They somehow were placed on there. They had been placed, okay? And they went in there to say, hey, no, we are some by blood Indians, and we want to do it. Now, they just said, hey, look, y'all don't have to worry about that whole blood stuff and all that because we already gave the allotments away and we already closed the rolls. It's just a paperwork thing. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Sorry you can't get no more land, but whatever, right? Well, little do they know that solidified their fate or our fate of having to fight still to this day to say, no, we were never freedmen. We were never slaves. Freedmen means you were a slave to some Indians. We were never slaves to you guys. Oh, hold on, this thing's about to fall. We were never slaves to you guys. Hold up. Got my little phone thing attached. But yeah, we were never slaves to you guys, which is what got us into out of certain things today. Which is what got us out of certain things today. So that's the main thing to take from this is that basically you can't. My bad, TB. You can come up here. I just saw you. I tried to put you up here. If you want to come up here, you can. And spit your game. But yeah. This is you got 1,500 people saying that later on in life they're labeled as freedmen. And so now we have to deal with the ideas that people say, well, you were just slaves to the Indians. You were just this. You wasn't the real Indians. You know what I'm saying? And that's a whole bunch of bullshit. And that goes to show that what was we talking about on the Garvey thing that that goes to show that that's why I brought that up. That goes to show the same sentiment of the people in multiple articles. That people's sentiment in their mind was, I am from this land. Whether they said I was an Indian or whether they said I was just here since prehistoric times, whether they said that we was here before when Balboa got on the shores, whether they said whatever the hell they said in the damn paper, what they did say is that we've always been here, and we are not from Africa. And so whenever you hear these Pan Africans come up with these talking points and say, I never heard of our people say that back in the day. Who said we was Indian? Nobody ever said that. Nobody ever said it just seemed like some new thing y'all niggas is coming up with. That's some 2025 shit here today. There's some TikTok shit today. No, 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 no. You all now, if you want to, can show them these same documents, show them these same newspaper articles, and I'm gonna find some more, and y'all can slap them with multiple newspaper article after newspaper article that's gonna show them and tell them that no, these people's sentiment was I am from here and fuck Africa. You can suck a fat one, okay? That's my whole take from it, and that's my whole take with this Garvey thing. Now I've read to y'all pretty much all of the Garvey things I was gonna read. Most of this shit, a lot of this shit shits on it. And to be honest, what's crazy? Let me show y'all this. You don't even have to go far to find a lot of this shit. Did I read this to y'all? Nah, I wanted to read. There's something in here I wanted to read to y'all. Actually, Marcus Garvey Flays, brand him as a hater of dark people, scorching. What did I read? What did I read? Marcus Garvey born motive behind social honors for the Negroes. I might have wanted to read it. I can't remember. I might have wanted to read it. Or maybe I haven't read this yet. Independent Negro effort, destruction of the Negro husband of Du Bois. The YWCA is a donation from good white people. It says the YWCA is a donation from the good white people. These people are motherfucking trip, nigga. Y'all can see it right there. These motherfuckers are just trip, nigga. The good white peoples gave us that with YWCA. Don't you know that? You better be glad for these good white peoples because this paper is pro. This is a pro Garvey paper. So they're gonna say stupid shit like that. In an effort, let me see. In an effort, he says that the argument there was a long loaf for unlavished church basement roof flooded. It was designed at the beginning of the church a long time ago. None of this looks like I read it yet. He screams his propaganda. None of this looks like I read it yet. And I'm pretty sure there's some interesting things in here. Let me. They talking about the comparison between the two men. They talking about Du Bois and I don't know. But let me show you what I was going to show you. So look, it's not like I haven't even scratched the surface of this Marcus Garvey shit. So literally, Marcus Garvey. You just type it in. If y'all want to go doing looking this shit up too, just type in Marcus Garvey on the newspapers.com. And literally, these are the only papers. The first 3 or 4, 5 in here is all I've picked up so far, and I've pretty much found everything I need to know about this man. But I'm gonna keep going. Let me see what this one is. Let's just see, because it looks like he got a photo. Oh, they got a photo of Booker T. Washington over there. Okay, Marcus Garvey in a federal prison. He was headline news. Marcus Garvey in a federal prison still plans Negro Nation in Africa, populated by Negroes of the world. See, he wouldn't give it up. He's still trying to get some of your money. You know what I'm saying? His ill-fated Black Star Steamship Company does not discourage him, and he issues a new book re-advocating his old project, Conditions of Colored People in United States Today Improving. These people are nuts. They don't stop. Even when he was in jail, the nigga was trying to write a book and tell people like he's still going. That's like Umar and the rest of it. This goes to show you, people will not take accountability. They will not take accountability. They will continuously keep going down the same rabbit hole they've been going down on purpose because that's how they get their kicks. That's how they get their rocks off. That's what they know. The project of the founding of the mighty Negro Nation in Africa is being reviewed by Marcus Garvey, the West Indies Negro, its originator, who made considerable stir in New York City a few years ago. Garvey still believes that a black nation composed of the Negro and collateral races of the world and numbering 400 million can be established in the great black continent. In the last 50 years, the condition of the Negroes in the United States has vastly improved, and the majority of them consider themselves Americans, well satisfied with and with full sympathy with American ideals. So, yeah, people was on that American game time, as you can see. People was about America, America, America. And if anybody wants to say anything of the different, they gonna have to pull up some proof. And the only ones they gonna show are gonna be like coons like goddamn Garvey that's gonna be like, oh, we Africans or something. Uh, Marcus Garvey, let me just see. Marcus Garvey, who, unless pardoned, will end his 5 year sentence in the federal penitentiary in Atlanta, is still persistent in proclaiming Africa for the Africans. The president last Thursday refused, I'm sorry, to grant him a pardon. He will probably be deported at the expiration of his sentence, which began in 1925. So he know he about to be deported, but he's still going at it. Ain't that a dumbass? But that's what they do. That's what Jay Morrison was doing. Even when he started getting made out, he was still taking donations. People were still falling for it. His wife, Amy Jacques Garvey, left for Atlanta last week to confer with him in perfecting further plans for carrying out the project for which he has worked practically all the mature years of his life and which resulted in making him a federal convict. That's funny. Garvey makes no attempt to comprise his position with those of both the colored and the white people who oppose him. He draws a distinct line between black and the white races. He says the two can never meet. What do you mean they can never meet? Oh, I guess the lines can never meet. I better say you was me with the Klan, but okay. He still dreams of a great Negro nation with 400 million people. Okay, I ain't even gonna read the rest of that. I really want to find a newspaper that's like not neutral or not pro Garvey. Like I would like to find one that's against him. What can I type that might be? I'm gonna type the word alien after this. Hold on, real quick. Okay, it's froze up on me. Hold up. Like I'm trying to think of a keyword where I can get like one of us talking shit about him. I would like to know what we were saying about Garvey. Marcus. I don't know why I typed the word United. Garvey. What did I just say? Marcus Garvey. Alien. That should cut down. Only got 5 matches there, but okay, let's look. Let's pull these up real quick. And they could be the same thing or reprinted, but we'll see. It's a little too bad that Marcus Garvey, alien, though he is cannot be at large till February 12th. An address from him on the career of our great emancipator might compel a concentration. Oh, something random. Garvey scored for trying to unite his followers with the Klan. Oh, I found a good one. Let's see. Hold on. There has been nothing done by one of their race since the. Oh no, this is a reprint. Okay. This is a reprint. Garvey resents the slur when Garvey says this is not the color scheme. Okay, yeah, they reprinted that one. The black man was here, and it is. I'm glad they reprinted that. That's what's up. Yeah. Harris calls Garvey an interloper. New York alderman and editor says foreigner misrepresents race damnably. It's almost pretty much the exact same reprint. What the hell is that? Miss Esther Castavito of San Salvador, Central America. So she's one of them Arab, Spaniards. Daughter of Fernando Castavito, a well-known coffee planter, there arrived in New York with her parents on board the steamer La Savoie, or whatever it's called. They spent 3 months touring Europe. Okay, All right, go ahead. But whatever. I thought she had a turban on at first. That's why it kind of got me. All right, hold on. Let's see if this is any good. There has been nothing done by their race since the emancipation. That's a reprint. Okay, that we already read. Black Republic president will have big time in New York. Harlem Negroes preparing to honor Liberian visitor. Needs funding, so coming to U.S. They need funding, so they're coming to the U.S. Okay, let's see what this is about. The president of Liberia, CBD King, is coming to America to try to negotiate a loan. Now, how do we know he's even the president or a real? They could just send any nigga over here. But okay. And Harlem Society is going to entertain him with a merry round of bouquets, luncheons, a reception or two, and perhaps a ball. This may give our cartoonist a chance to do some convulsingly droll panels of the president of the president down on his knees shooting the Liberian treasury against a hat full of $5 bills and chanting in one of those little conversation balloons known to cartoonists as talk loops. All aboard, full hands, treasuries done faded. I don't know if they're trying to make some kind of joke about that, but okay. But the Negroes of Harlem, and they include Harvard and Yale men and graduates of other colleges, consider that sort of comment as a part of the black man's burden. They might resent it, but what's the use? Liberia is in the hands of a receiver and of a receiver, a fact which is felt as the personal grief by many of the educated New York Negroes who realize that this would be held a reflection on the Negroes' executive, administrative, and political ability. To embarrass them further, Marcus Garvey, the alien agitator, whipped up quite a froth of interest among the foreign Negroes of the colony last year with his Negro Convention as the plan for the African Republic. Garvey's plan scouted. Garvey is not taken seriously by such men as James Weldon Johnson, Secretary of the National Association and the Advancement of Negroes, or Dr. W.E.D., even that should be B, W.E.B. Du Bois, a Harvard PhD, or Fred R. Moore, a Negro editor and publisher who writes a policy of friendship, understanding the Americanism between the white people and the black. But Moore says, in a tone almost of despair, the white people do not know their Negro fellow citizens well enough to discriminate. We associate Italians with spaghetti and Frenchmen with elaborate politeness, but wrong conceptions and think of the Negro, no matter how well educated or high minded, as a crap shooter and pork chop consumer. That's pretty funny. They're saying, my bad, y'all. They're saying, look, people just be thinking of the niggas, no matter how educated you are, people think of us as crap shooters and pork chop consumers. That's pretty funny. I never heard of that shit. President King lands at Madrid, Spain for Monrovia, the capital of Liberia, Sunday, and goes to Paris for some conferences. Thence he comes to the United States. King will be accompanied by F.E.R. Johnson, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia, and John L. Morris, former Secretary of the Treasury. As representatives of a sovereign state, they will be given at least formal courtesy by the government on landing and probably will be invited to attend the inauguration at the Washington, blah, 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 be entertained. I think that's it on that. That wasn't too telling and stuff, but it kind of gives you an idea on a couple of things. They don't really like Garvey. Nobody really likes Garvey like that. Who they talking about? I forgot. My bad. So you believe this propaganda against Garvey, but then you claim they lied about everything else. Uh, we do know that he took their money. We do know that he was with the Ku Klux Klan. In fact, I think there's a photo of him with the Ku Klux Klan, with the Klan. Like these people just be saying stuff. Hold on, Marcus Garvey with the Klan. Whoops, hold up. Marcus Garvey with the Klan. If I'm not mistaken, I can't. I've seen a photo somewhere. Yeah, yeah. I mean, sir, sir. Hold on now. He's literally with the Klan, sir. He's literally with Klan members. He was literally talking to white folks in public, and they wrote it in the newspaper. Is that propaganda? Just be saying stupid is exactly, nigga. I hadn't even been looking down, and I caught your stupid ass at the right time, because I hadn't been looking down. I've been reading. We definitely sent Cherokees to Liberia. He said they've always newspaper columns and articles to divide or dismantle black movements. So where else are we supposed to? What up, TB? Where else are we supposed to read the information? Because you know what I just showed you, sir. I just showed you a black newspaper earlier. I don't know how long you've been here. This was a black newspaper column that wrote about him right here. This was Harlem writing about him. Okay, so we're not supposed to believe the black people that wrote about him in the newspapers. We're not supposed to believe the white people. So who do we believe? Spaniards? You come tell me, who do we believe when that's going to write the truth? I don't believe the papers that was written by the black folks, and I'm not supposed to believe the papers written by the white folks. What newspapers do I believe? And let me show you this. This is actually a pro Garvey newspaper. This is actually a pro Garvey newspaper, and he still sounds asinine in here. So, and also, this is the word of Garvey himself. Hold on. These are the words. All these other columns are the words of Garvey himself. So, am I not supposed to read the newspapers with Garvey's words in there, sir? Did you stop typing because you sound stupid? Where'd you go? What you can say now? You've been typing and deleting what you typed and trying to type it again. Where you at? Y'all see what happens? They always stop typing after a while because they sound stupid and they realize it. Why did I say that? That was so stupid to me. Yeah, it was very dumb. Yeah, you in the newspapers? What you go find in the newspapers and you believe in newspapers? Don't you know nobody believes the newspapers? Now, I never said everything was fact in the newspapers, but if you got a preponderance of an amount of people in the newspapers talking shit about you, and also the man literally went to federal prison for defrauding people. Oh, that's propaganda. He didn't really go to prison. You just reading that in the newspaper. He was out the whole time. Where you go? You got something else to say, sir, about Garvey? Go ahead and suck Garvey's dick one more time for us. Please. I really don't like to put out sexual innuendo comments like that. I could really clown without having to go like to that. But still, that's kind of what you were doing there. You kind of riding the Garvey right now. Okay, and I don't know where you went. Yeah, I don't know why y'all niggas try me. Why these niggas try me? Try me. Yeah, I don't know why these niggas try me. Your life has been restricted for somebody. Yeah, but yeah, he flagged me because I clowned his bitch ass. I just got a flag. Yeah, they get clowned. Started him. Report. Yeah, he gonna see how it is when I report his ass. Reading all them newspapers and shit. Y'all niggas crazy. You gonna believe the Garvey in the newspapers? Yes. And I'm not gonna believe you dumb motherfuckers that come in my live stream to say different. Yeah, thank you for putting that in the chat. Yeah, now why was I reading these papers, man? I'm so stupid. I guess that's what he wanted from me. What? This ain't real? Damn, let me get off the newspapers, man. I'm tripping. Why am I reading this shit, man? Where do I need to go? Okay, I know where I need to go. I know I need to learn. This is where I need to learn, y'all. This is where I need to do my learning. This is where he does his learning. This is where I need to get my history lesson. This is about as far as niggas be going in history, y'all. Did Elmo tell you that? Sesame Street ass niggas. I got no time for these dumb motherfuckers, man. Coming up over here sounding stupid as hell. Ryan Garvey. And then I pull up a picture of Garvey with the white folks. He ain't got shit to say. What about this, sir? I don't know. I don't know. That's not the Klan. That's his grandpa. Yeah, his grandpa's a light-skinned Jamaican guy. He looks kind of white, but still, that's his grandpa. Yeah, you didn't know Garvey had a grandpa from Jamaica like that? Yeah, he looks like a nigga like that. He looks like John D. Rockefeller and shit. Yeah, he looked like John D. Rockefeller and shit. But that's Garvey's grandpa. Okay, and how could you even think that Garvey was a part of something so cruel like that? Okay, now I look at this and see him with the Klan, and then I look up a motherfucking newspaper clipping, and what did it say on that newspaper clipping, y'all? At the heading of the newspaper clipping, he's defending his position with the famous Klan interview. Yeah, don't believe it. Now I know they wrote it in the newspaper and they got a picture of the nigga with them. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, he was just there to talk business. Yeah, I know he was wearing a robe. I don't know why the hell he was wearing a robe. You know, it looked like a robe, or you know what I'm saying, of some sorts. But maybe not. Maybe that's just an overcoat. I don't know what he got going on. But maybe that's just Jamaican fashion. Not that our Jamaican folks. We have a lot of great Jamaican folks, that know who they are for real. But maybe that's some weird Jamaican fashion from his folks, his side. The bougie nigga side that they think they're Africans. And maybe that's what it was. Said fucking it up. What's the Klansman name? Shit, I don't know, but he looks like a goddamn. Do you not think that's a Klansman right there? Does that not look enough like a Klansman to you, sir? Now I gotta go research his name. If I don't know his name, he's not a Klansman. Marcus Garvey will tell you himself. Let me show you what Marcus Garvey told you himself. He said 1 in every 2 men is a Klansman. He said 1 in every 2 white men. So he has a 50-50 chance of being a white man. Because in this interview where he was trying to defend himself, in his own words, let me find it. Where can I find it? He said 1 in every 2 men is a white, and we need to start doing better by the white man. Yeah, because there's so many of them. How can I find that word in here? I think I could find it. No. No, I think it will look for it in this. Hold up. 1 in every 2 clan. Let me put the word every. Where you at? All right. Every other effort. No. Yeah, right here. Right. I hope you stick around, you dumb bastard. Okay. So this is Garvey. This is your man Garvey. He says a movement like the Universal Negro Improvement Association must be led by intelligence, must be led by diplomacy. And I say this, it does not pay us in America to offend any organized group of which men because we are still a dependent race. Yeah, Marcus Garvey said you're a dependent race. Yeah, you're dependent on these white folks. Now, I'm not. I'm completely not really dependent on them. I can tell you how. I got my own business. I definitely don't do certain things. So I'm not really dependent on them. I'm not even going to go into those details. I make my own money. I do my own things. I pay my own things. But let me keep going. Let me tell you this, that every second white man you are employed by in New York City or in the United States of America is a Ku Klux Klan man. And hold up. Who is either actively, physically, or spiritually a member of the Klan. And it follows like George Harris continues to aggravate well-organized white organizations like the Ku Klux Klan that have a policy and a program. Millions of us are going to pay the cost of it. The Klan has a program, white people, when they get together 50 or 100 million strong, always have a program. And if you aggravate them white folks to the point to where they say, these Negroes are getting too fresh, These Negroes are too impotent, too ambitious, and therefore are going to mete out them for the desert, for they deserve. This is Marcus Garvey's own words. They don't. They're gonna get what they deserve. Do you know not what will happen? Blah blah blah. I keep going because he actually says so much asinine shit within this motherfucking thing that it's gonna make you look like a motherfucking fool if you read it. So it doesn't matter what the name was. You love to ride the dick of a man who thinks he's the white man's bitch. Yes, he thinks he's the white man's bitch, and on top of that, he already knows that every other white man in the nation is a Ku Klux Klan member. So if you need to know whether or not this dude right here is a Klan member, it's 1 in 50, nigga. 1 in 50. What up, boss man? What up?
What it do? Hey, let me hold your big screen, man.
Oh,
Let's
you up
let's
there?
let's really jump into this. Y'all know who this is?
I don't.
That's Mister. Hold on, let me type it in the comments for everybody too, so they can read it. It's Mr. Benjamin Pap Singleton. He led the exodus of freed Black Americans west. This was in the 1840s, right? This is where Marcus Garvey, Harriet Tubman, and every other person get their movement from.
Ah.
Now, oh yes, oh my boy, he come from a white father and a so-called enslaved mother. Now I want y'all to look at this man. Now I want y'all to look at him thoroughly, because they got a regular color picture of him on the internet as well, but this is the one I got out the post. Yes. He was, in other words, the poster child for Uncle Tom. See, they call him the Black Moses. See,
That's
he
wild.
created towns in Tulsa. He created towns in Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas. You know what I'm saying? So when you get done with Marcus Garvey, I don't want you to end your live unless you gotta actually do something. I want you to go look at. I want you to type in Marcus Garvey and Benjamin Pap Singleton. A lot of stuff gonna pop up about how he influenced all these people. Cause see, I went and found something that people have been explicitly putting out by Marcus Garvey, that he learned about African history in Europe. He never learned about it in America. He learned the trade of printing in America, but he learned African suffrage and history in Europe.
I can believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Because wasn't a lot of shit being
So
taught here about Africa
watch
anyway
this.
back then.
Watch this, bro. Hold on. So people can see for themselves a little bit. So this is according to this guy named Walter Fleming. He was an early Singleton biographer. The leader of the Kansas exodus had the support of some white sympathizers who published his circulars in their newspapers and told him that his policy was better than politics. 2 years after his first trip to Kansas, Singleton founded the Singleton Colony, supporting the relocation of 300 blacks from Tennessee to former Cherokee lands in the southeast parts of the states. Everywhere. Oh, you say part of it not showing? Well, hey, look, I can only read it out as good as I can for you, Mama. I apologize. I really do. But everywhere that he took people was old Cherokee lands. So when you read about the Cherokee freedmen going to Liberia, did you notice that they never called this man a Cherokee once? But those same families he took to Kansas ended up going to Liberia. And they funded everything he did. which left a lot of families that was already poor trying to get away from the South in worse conditions. Hold on real quick, let me see.
And that's so sad because I know people, and people have done this with our people a lot. That's no different from like Jim Jones enticing all these black folks to leave, go to Guyana, and then eventually, for y'all that don't know that story, he ends up making a lot of them drinking some cyanide based Kool Aid, which ends up everybody ends up unaliving themselves in a mass unaliving, basically. But he, he had all these people. Now there was people there that had those people at gunpoint too. They don't talk about. I actually listened to the actual tapes long ago. Really eerie. But yeah, no, and that's what's so sad. These people will draw our people out on these stupid plans.
See, this the great thing about this story. You can go look up Harriet Tubman's story around something around the same years when she took off and started going to Canada. Everybody learned that move from this man's newspaper articles. Cause see, they went in Cherokee lands and built towns, right? So as you can see, everybody that was following Harriet Tubman went to Canada. Most of them people ended up where? In Liberia. Same thing with the families that left with this man who stopped in Detroit just like Harriet Tubman and then jumped over to Canada by way of water, not by train. They took the train ways up that way, but they went over to Canada by boat and water. Same thing this guy did, right? But he was the first to do it, and he took the people straight to Indian territory. So you see where it says, it was here he began to forge his stance on the abolition of slavery and was convinced that African Americans would never achieve equality in the white dominated South. This viewpoint was pivotal during the Reconstruction era, inspiring his organization of thousands of black people to join his crusade to venture west. Thus, the formation of the Exodus stirs. So you see, there's a history of Exodus stirs. Doesn't Marcus Garvey got a history of the Exodus to Liberia?
Yep.
Got him. Got him. Where
Got
you
him
think
on
it come from?
multiple points.
It come from here. Watch this. Watch this. I got some more for you. This is my favorite part. Right? This book is a building up a nationality of Africans before Garvey. Building up a nationality of Africans before Garvey. An inquiry into the causes and preconditions of black nationalism in the United States, 1860s to 1920. So, let me explain something to you. There was no African nationality before Benjamin Poppy Singleton. Besides,
Man, I didn't think about that because people over there never, even today, they don't call themselves Africans. So yeah, it's like who the first person that started saying people are Africans? Plus, the whole landmass wasn't even African for a while. But yeah, keep going. That's crazy.
hold on, let me see. Oh, here you go. Yeah, this right here. All right, so, boom. During the late 1870s and early 1880s, as many as 40,000 so-called African Americans migrated from the South to Kansas, Oklahoma, and Colorado. One formerly enslaved man, Benjamin Pap Singleton, convinced thousands to make the journey. The black settlers were lured westward in a party by an Homestead Act of 1862. Boy, you know if you go look that up, it ain't got no but white folks on it. So how did the Homestead Act, which promised niggas lands to build a community as long as they farm, Why is it covered by nothing but photos of white people? Covered by nothing but photos of white people?
That is crazy because I got I got a land patent from one of my folks that says it was from the homestead.
So you see what it said who agreed to form it for African Americans who had seen their hopes for equality and opportunity largely fail in the South after slavery was abolished. The West was an especially attractive destination to build their own communities. So if the Homestead Act was giving YT people land, why did they ask niggas to come and farm it?
Mm-hmm.
And they was promising them land. And we got people who can say, well, my ancestors own land in Colorado, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and still in the southern states today if you look up Harris property, right or wrong.
Yep.
So check this out. I got like a couple more. Then I should be about done. Dang. I don't think oh yeah, the J blocked me from being able to see it.
I could change the
But
layout if I need to change it.
hold on. Oh, okay. So the reason why I'm pulling this up, right, is because how many of you know that the Pequots were giving the slaves to Mohegan and Narragansett tribes who had allied with the English, and only a small fraction of them got sent down into the Bermudas? All of the other Pequot Indians were enslaved. I just need y'all to know these things, right? So when they tell y'all, oh, they sent all the Indians to the West Indies, that be a lie. If your tribe lost the war, they enslaved all y'all, mainly your women and children. Men got sent to the islands, women and children stayed at home. Hence, the baby follows the belly. It's tribal law. But people need to get this book right here, bro. They need to go download this so they can understand like the different demographics and grooves of what people were doing before the 1860s. So when the 1860s come up and Reconstruction start happening, you noticing that they reconstruct in the South but want to keep niggas enslaved. How can you reconstruct a place but want to keep niggas enslaved? That's not Reconstruction. Reconstruction was them taking power in the South. And niggas running away from it. Being convinced by mixed blood and foreign niggas to leave their homes, bro. Cause like you gotta really put two and two together, right? If slavery was in the South and niggas was never gonna have no rights from the get-go, and y'all made all the niggas leave the South to go west, that means that niggas was being governed in another way, that they was building their own colonies. Did they not say that that man built something called the Singleton Colony? How many other men built colonies that was niggas that became so-called black-owned towns in Indian land? Hold on, let me see if I gotta find my other phone real quick.
Man,
But
that brings
it's
it
in
around
it's in
full
the
circle.
The old Virginia slave codes, they removed the Indian laws from them. So sometimes you gotta like go on their tribal websites to see the Indian law parts of the Virginia slave codes. Or really any state, because all the states erased the tribal laws that was in the slave laws, like the laws that these people were putting out about their lands and their portions Matter of fact, is it on the Acumat Indian website? I know they got one of the baby follow the Billy Jets on there, and
I
they
read
speak
something like
about
that
some of
not
their
that long
views.
ago, actually. Oh, actually, you know what? I read it in the I just had that up. It was a whole Library of Congress slave document that actually talked about that as well. I'm surprised I didn't slave that bit.
You got they say it in Georgia, but most of those colonial laws come from tribal agreements and treaties and shit like that.
I might have it down
So
here.
what they did was
Oh
they
yeah,
just
right here.
removed the part of us,
You said they did what?
all part of Sequetta veteran. Damn, they kept the name Latin. Or what it is, slave code colors,
Uh,
District of what, Columbia.
yeah, in the District of Columbia. But this one didn't come out to 1860. The Slave Code of the District of Columbia fell in 1860, which is hella late in the game. But I do know somewhere in here they talked about how the baby follows the mother kind of thing or whatever. I had to find the article. But they also say that if you claim, one thing I thought was pretty funny, they say if you claim to be an African immigrant and your people came here from Africa, then you are not a citizen. So you better stop that African shit. Where is that shit at?
Oh, you know what? Rashida, you gotta look up Cherokee Petticoat Government. That shit gonna explain a whole lot to you about how the land belonged to the women and the men, and it tell you that like these women were literally fighting for their land and the rights of their children. It should bring up the baby follow the belly law in one of those documents as well.
Here goes that part in here, just the clause. An African admitting his ancestors to have been slaves is not a citizen to the U.S. Then it goes into the actual article of it, but basically, and they actually talking about the what they call the case, which is the what's that one case? Where is it at? Court writer, blah blah blah. Hold on, let me just read
It's
this.
gotta be at the top.
The plaintiff, having admitted by his demeanor to the plea in abatement that his ancestors were imported from Africa and sold as slaves, he is not a citizen of the state of Missouri according to the Constitution of the United States, and was not entitled to sue in that character. In the circuit court, I bid it therefore the facts he states do not give him or his family a right to freedom. The plaintiff, if is still a slave and not entitled to sue as a citizen, and the judgment of the circuit court was erroneous on that ground, also without any reference to the plea in the abatement. I thought it actually had a case listed in there, but it didn't. But that's what it said in this particular clause. Now, people say that birthright citizenship after this kind of amends that, but I still say people. I wouldn't be claiming that my people was African immigrants or African slaves brought here on a boat, nigga. I wouldn't be claiming
Man, the
that.
argument of birthright citizenship was for the poor and rich Indians. It never had nothing to do with an African at all. Man, if I had my other phone, I'd play. Bro, you can go on YouTube and find a debate right now about it in the Senate committee or the House committee.
What do you type? Or
Yeah,
is
it
it? It's
should.
probably it might be long, but we'll see. That's just a clip.
I think it's um birthright citizenship House committee debate 2025 or 4.
House committee debate.
Yeah. Yup. And the first dude to debate, man, he gonna break all of it down. He ain't finna say nothing about no African. All right, you see where it say birthright citizenship and the dude right there with the
Right
debate
here.
on it. Yeah, the
Right.
third
Oh
one. Yeah.
yeah. I was only a minute 47. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Let's see.
The 14th Amendment citizenship clause under scrutiny on Capitol Hill. House members holding a hearing to examine its meaning as federal courts continue fighting President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship.
Man,
Fox
they
News
need to
senior
pull up
national
the whole
correspondent Rich
debate.
Edson has the latest.
Man, let me see if I can find my phone.
And I was about to say they might just do like a quick little overview, but let me see what they say here.
Citizenship would hurt. Fox News senior national correspondent Rich Edson has the latest from Washington, D.C. Overturning birthright citizenship would hurt our nation.
A House committee is examining the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment following President Trump's recent executive order trying to end U.S. citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants.
The Supreme Court has never held that children of illegal aliens or aliens who are in the United States temporarily are entitled to birthright citizenship.
Any attempt to radically reinterpret the citizenship clause serves only to further the goal of right-wing extremists to unconstitutionally limit who can have a political voice in this country.
Immigration and law experts debated the consequences.
To eliminate birthright citizenship would be to create a permanent underclass, a caste system.
This is like a biased version of it because they showing all her talking point, all their talking points is like pro not getting rid of it, but they ain't showing any points. What that dude was saying. That's what I don't. That's why I don't like watching the news all the time. They be bullshit, especially if it's like a debate like that or something. You really kind of got to pull the whole thing up. Chip Roy raises issue on the
That's
burn.
what
This
I'm
might
trying to
be.
do right now. I found my phone, bro. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna see if
Found my
this one
phone.
says anything about it.
The gentleman yields. All right, I appreciate that. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And I would just ask Professor Frost, we talked a little bit earlier about the extent to which we've got the record is replete with examples of tourism, birth tourism, in which there are, malactors
Oh, he
who
ain't talking
are
about nothing. I'm finna pull it up.
profiting. We'll learn from our witness today. The answer is clear. The jurisdiction clause, as originally understood, grants birthright citizenship only.
Part of that progress, including through constitutional amendments.
And has argued 9 cases before the United States Supreme Court. Previously served in the Department of Justice and was a law clerk to Justice William Rehnquist. Mr. R. Trent McCotter. Mr. McCotter is a partner at Boyd & Gray PLLC, where he litigates in federal court and before federal agencies. Previously served as a Deputy Associate Attorney General, where he oversaw the department's civil, appellate, and federal programs branches. Do you swear or affirm
Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment to members of the committee? I am especially pleased to be here to explore with you the meaning of 6 words of the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. The recurring debate over the meaning of these words boils down to a choice between 2 alternatives. Does it mean subject merely to the regulatory jurisdiction of the United States? That is, subject to the laws of the United States, as is virtually everyone on United States soil, including aliens who are here illegally, or are here for the purpose of bearing a child to make it an American citizen? Or does the jurisdiction of the United States mean something more than that? The full and complete jurisdiction, requiring an allegiance that comes from a permanent lawful commitment to make the United States one's home, the place where one permanently and lawfully resides. I believe that this latter interpretation is compelled by the Citizenship Clause's text, structure, and history, as well as by common sense. I have time for just a couple of brief opening points. First, the text of the clause. If subject to the jurisdiction of the United States means nothing more than the duty of obedience to the laws of the United States, why did its framers choose such a strange way to say that? Why didn't they just say, subject to the laws of the United States? Doing so would have been quite natural, given that this straightforward, unambiguous phrase is used in both Article 3 and Article 6. The clause also ensures that birthright citizenship makes newborns citizens of both the United States and of the states wherein they reside. That is, where they live, their home. This word standing alone implies a lawful permanent residence, and it plainly excludes tourists and other lawful visitors as well as illegal aliens who are prohibited by law from residing in a state, although they all must obey our laws. Second, the history of the clause. The clause was framed by the 39th Congress to constitutionalize the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which had been passed by that same Congress just 2 months earlier. The 1866 Act explicitly denied birthright citizenship to persons, quote, subject to any foreign power, close quote, and to, quote, Indians not taxed, close quote. It is clear from the debate in the 39th Congress that Congress decided to replace this language with subject to the jurisdiction thereof, not because Congress suddenly and without any comment decided to broaden the scope of birthright citizenship from the act. Rather, Congress was concerned that the phrase Indians not taxed language generated uncertainty about the citizenship status of the children of Indians, primarily rich and poor Indians.
Ah, 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 ah,
You know what? This
ah.
whole time I've been thinking about Indians not taxed. I thought it was like maybe people who were under the jurisdiction versus those not under jurisdiction that were getting taxed. But I never thought about it in the
No, it's
mindset of
rich versus poor.
poor versus rich, which is to say, I never thought about it in that way.
I've been telling niggas this. I've been telling niggas that this is what birthright
Wow.
citizenship is based on. The rich and poor Indians. The rich Indians went out west and kept all the money in their governance to themselves and left us here in the South as sharecroppers and partial landowners, bro.
Man, and the Love family that I'm attached to was that one of those rich families. They said they were rich before they left.
Now watch
Wow.
this. Listen.
Best captured, I think, by this comment from Senator Trumbull, who wanted to replace the words Indian not taxed, even though he was the principal author of the 1860s. Clear from the debate in the 39th Congress that Congress decided to replace this language with subject to the jurisdiction thereof, not because Congress suddenly and without any comment decided to broaden the scope of birthright citizenship from the act. Rather, Congress was concerned that the phrase Indians not taxed language generated uncertainty about the citizenship status of the children of Indians, primarily rich and poor Indians. The dispute is best captured, I think, by this comment from Senator Trumbull, who wanted to replace the words Indian not taxed, even though he was the principal author of the 1866 Act. He said this: I am not willing to make citizenship in this country depend on taxation. I am not willing, if the senator from Wisconsin is, that the rich Indian residing in New York shall be a citizen and the poor Indian residing in the state of New York shall not be a citizen. This comment reflects two important points about the intended meaning of the clause by its authors, I think. First, they intended that the children of tribal Indians who resided on reservations and owed their direct allegiance to their tribes would not be entitled to birthright citizenship, but the children of assimilated Indians who had left their reservations and had established permanent residence among the body politic would be entitled to birthright citizenship.
Appreciate that, CR Ebony. Wow. That is exact.
It
Wow.
get real hot. It get real hot, don't it? It get real hot right there, don't it? Cause see now, when you go back and you read everything that you read and right, it tells you that throughout these years, there always been a mix of foreign black leader that took people from their homes and sent them somewhere else, begging them to leave for liberation to a foreign land, even if it was inside the same continent.
Because Oklahoma would have been a foreign land country to the United States during certain years before they expanded and made it a state. So it was
Because
known as
Oklahoma
foreign
didn't
land.
become a state until 1907, right after the dissolution of the five civilized tribes.
Wow. I never would have thought about that birthright citizenship. So that means that that motherfucking part about Africans not being able to claim it is still in effect. And if you claim people to be African, which is why they on this wave, They say that gets you out. That's good. And actually, I in that newspaper, motherfucker, it said Garvey is trying to get us out of our birthright by making us go to Africa. They knew that shit. My man, that's crazy.
Eh, eh, eh.
Insane, dude. I gotta find that fucking paper back,
It's
man.
hot as hell. It's hot right now. Do not touch the phone. It's hot right now. I'm telling you. Hey, bro, listen. Listen, I've been on this for a minute. I've been trying to get folks on this shit. Like, do y'all hear what this man is saying? That directly in the debate, they changed the words because it was about whether the rich or poor Indian could be a citizen, because the rich could, because he could be taxed, but the poor Indian had nothing.
I didn't
How you
think.
think all your family
Wow.
members became sharecroppers? Listen,
And you know what?
I
They
want y'all
put
to
him on a
realize
different.
this.
That's the thing too. They put him on a different fucking census because I had to go find the other census form for the Indians not taxed compared to the Indians that were taxed that were on the regular census, and I thought it was just fucking. Golly, I didn't know it because they threw the poor. Wow,
Bro,
that's
listen.
crazy.
Why do you think most people families you can find them on either free people of color records from the early 1800s and barely any slave records, but by the 1870s and 1860s and 80s somehow they still on slave schedules, but they free people? Mm. So your folks popped up on census records in the 1870s after birthright citizenship. So were they rich or poor Indians is the question.
Wow.
Not whether if they were slaves or not, because the slave discussion is about, guess who? The taxed Indian, because he's the one working with a company. The poor Indian is not working with nobody. Oh shit.
I
Right,
didn't
because the
think
poor
about.
Indian is only
Oh
making half
yeah.
because he's a sharecropper. He's a sharecropper, so he only get paid in halves and in his own dues of his own work. You know the terms: if a man don't work, a man don't eat. That's a sharecropper's motherfucker. Boy, nigga, nigga, man, bro, bro. We on fire in this bitch right now. I'm just saying.
Man, no, and that was directly from the motherfucking C-SPAN Congress themselves, nigga. Like, and nah, yeah, nah, that's fire. That's a fire fucking shit right there.
By the
And that,
simple expedient of leaving the reservation long enough to give birth to a child. The key distinction between tribal Indians and assimilated Indians was allegiance. Tribal Indians owed their direct allegiance to the tribe, while an Indian who established a permanent domicile within the state and assimilated into the body politic committed his primary allegiance to the United States and thus
wow.
entitled his children to citizenship. The Supreme Court's 1884 decision in Elk against Wilkins confirmed this understanding essentially, ruling that the clause requires persons to be completely subject to the political jurisdiction of and owing direct and immediate allegiance to the United States. Make one final point. The Supreme Court's 1898 decision in Wong Kim Ark had nothing to do with the children of illegal aliens or aliens lawfully but temporarily admitted to the country. The court carefully framed the issue before it twice in verbatim terms as involving, quote, a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent who have a permanent domicile and resident in the United States. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, so when they were trying to say Wong was indigenous and they tried to classify him as Asian, Wong was never indigenous. He just got put in the people of color category from the 1854 California Supreme Court case that was allegedly put out and classified all Asians as people of color. Do people not remember that?
Man, I hadn't heard about it. You said which case was that? What was that act that made Asian? I was just
Let me
looking at
pull it up.
the Racial Integrity Act that made everybody people of color. But what was that?
I got you.
That's
Give me 1 second.
crazy. Appreciate y'all with the gifts, Judeline, CR the Great, Ebony, and other people who I might have missed. I appreciate y'all throwing support at us, and this is some fire information. Cause in my mind, I was already on the wrong path, thinking because somebody said that actually, it's like birthright citizenship would have amended that. And so I was like, okay, well, I guess the whole African thing, you can somewhat still say it and be okay. But now, if that's still in effect somewhat, y'all niggas better get off that African wave. My people ain't coming no African boats. I ain't got no nothing. And now I can see, like we said, why you ain't gonna get no reparations? Because you ain't no citizen when you claim to be an African slave coming in on a boat. You can't
So you
sue.
see, Asian Americans in U.S. law, as early as 1850, Chinese community leaders in California mining region, where a large number of Chinese immigrants had settled in the wake of the discovery of gold, right, had begun to send communication back to their countrymen in China, urging them not to come to California because the anti-Chinese hostility in the state. The hostility quickly began to manifest itself in legislation. First enacted in 1850, tax was selectively enforced against the Chinese and Latino miners. And then both taxes had effect on the burden of Chinese miners who were already in the state and discouraging continued immigration. So the case of People versus Hull represented how the racist attitude of Chinese immigrants in the 19th century had taken root, and the judiciary considered how powerless a group becomes when they are unable to provide testimony in a civil court matter. So, as in this section in the Civil Practice Act, no Indians, Negroes should be allowed to testify as a witness in any action in which a white person is a party, right? Section 14 of Criminal Act provides no black or mulatto person or Indian should be allowed to give evidence in favor of or against a white man. Held that the word Indian, Negro, black, and white are generic terms designating race that therefore, Chinese and all other people not white are included in the prohibition from being witnesses against whites. So the Chinese were always Chinese, but guess what classification they got put in? The Indian Negro colored.
And that just cloaks them in
They
paper wise. That just cloaks them in to the society. So for when you're looking at paperwork all through all these years, you don't know what you're looking at. You don't know what they listed this person, this where the Chinese person is on the census, where the Chinese person because they're a person of color. So now it's all grouped in, and if they change them motherfuckers to Indians, you wouldn't even know that either because Indians were listed as person of color at some point. So that's crazy.
So you see that they telling y'all that it was a case where a white dude was convicted for unaliving a Chinese dude, right? And the evidence, and that no Indians or Negroes should be allowed to testify as a witness in any action or proceeding in which a white person is a party, right? The 14th section, the action proceed, it says the same thing again. He said the true point at which we are anxious to arrive is the legal signification of the words black, mulatto, Indian, and white person, whether the legislator adopted them in a generic or intended to eliminate their application to specific types of human species. Before considering this question, it is proper to remark the difference between the two sections of our statutes already quoted, the latter being more broad and comprehensive in its exclusion by using the word black instead of Negro. Conceding, however, for the present that the word black as used in the 14th section and Negro in the 394th are convertible terms, and that the former was intended to include the latter, let us proceed to inquire who are excluded from testifying as witnesses under the term Indian. When Columbus first landed up on the shores of the continent in his attempt to discover a western passage to the Indies, he imagined that he had accomplished the object of his expedition, and that in the island of San Salvador was one of those islands of the Chinese Sea, lying near the extremity of India, which had been described by navigators. So let me explain something to y'all. Did y'all know that the South Sea is considered the Chinese Sea, called Nanyango or something like that, right? It's the Polynesian Ocean, which makes California and Hawaii a part of Polynesia. So when they talk about the Australian, Polynesian, Pacific Island DNA in the South Americas, right? I want y'all to pay this some attention. He said, action upon this hypothesis and also perhaps from the similarities of features and physical conformations, he gave the islanders the names of Indians, which a, appellation was universally adopted and attended to the aboriginals of the New World as well as Asia. So you see, he called this the Chinese Sea. You see, they call this the Chinese Sea, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they say from that time down a very recent period, American Indians and Mongolians and Asiatics were regarded as the same type of human species.
Wow.
In order to arrive at a correct understanding of the intention of our legislators, it would be necessary to go back into the early history legislation on the subject, our status being one, a transcript of those of older states. At the point from which this legislation date, those portions of Asia, which include India proper, the Eastern Archipelago, and the country washed by Chinese waters as far as then known, were dominated. What it say? Denominated the Indies, from which the inhabitants had derived the generic name Indians. This is what they're saying. So, if the Chinese all got classified as Indians, right? The Mongolians and the rest of the Asiatics. Let me pull some up for y'all.
Yeah, and we've seen that in Mexico area, Chinos the Indians, but to get some more information to build upon that, whether it also happened up here in the north part. No, that's what's up. What's up, Rashad?
Oh, y'all were touching on something. I thought that it was amazing where y'all were going. And then so y'all
All
were
right.
talking about these different classifications, and then y'all were talking about the Chinese, Asians, and all these different things, and the Malaysians, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then when you look at Obama, what were the two terms that he took out of legislation? When it came to these kind of
Negro and Oriental.
right. So
I didn't know he took
so what?
Oriental.
Yeah, so he took Oriental out,
Yeah.
right? So the Oriental would be all of Asia, right? So the Orient is all of Asia. It's east of Greece, right? You know what I'm saying? So let's say we were all trying to figure out who everybody was, right? I could ask both of y'all, have y'all had a family member that was in World War I or II? And then on your draft record, it's gonna say either white, Negro, or Oriental. Now, if you were to go ask these Native Americans if their grandparents have one of these cards, what do you think their grandparents would have selected?
I would, I
Oriental.
would, I would say Oriental. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that would tell who is who.
Now it's more muddying up the waters even more. So even
See,
further erasure.
this is what's gonna muddy up the water even more. Now we're gonna use a little Spanish because we know that the English who came to America adopted the term Negro from the Spanish history that they were trying to comprehend when they got to the United States about the business the Spanish was having. They couldn't even comprehend French. And I got historical documents to prove that part as well. So you have a Chino in the racial categories of what we call a La Casta system, right? And we have a India, which is an American Indian. The Chino, as we know, is supposed to be what again? In the Asian, right? From China, Chinese. Let me show y'all a little quick
You know, when I
trick about
first
the
seen that
Chino.
caste system and I saw that Chino, for some reason in my head back then, I thought that was already a mix of, I forgot what I thought that was, but I know it had something to do with China, but like a mix of like an Asiatic with something, but I didn't know that that was your original Chino coming from there to mix with an Indio. That's crazy.
So this is a Morisco, and this is a Española. Look what kind of child they make.
Oh yeah,
A
yeah. Oh,
Chino.
they would call those mongrels. Sometimes I got books where they said the Moors would mix with the Spaniards, and they showed that up in another one. But they used to call them mongrels, but they said that that's the Chino. Wow, okay, yeah. And I've seen it. I actually used to. I went out with this one chick. She kind of looked like one of those Espana, but she really looked more like a Filipino chick. But she had shown me her son, and her son was with a black dude, a black American, normal, you know, us Indian. And but he came out to look like that, literally straight hair, melanated skin. I was
See
like,
how he
oh
dressed like a Moor
wow.
right here, right? You see, he dressed like a Morisco. What the Chino dressed like?
Is that like a Spanish dress, Spanish
A,
attire?
a Morisco,
Oh, is that Morisco
or a
also?
Moro.
Um,
Morisco is a Moorish convert.
He's so as you can see,
we say
he
Moorish
still got on the
convert.
same brigade.
We say Moorish convert. Is that like
Moorish
a Moorish
convert,
person that got converted over to like a different
Like
religion?
converted to Christianity.
Okay.
or
Okay. That's what.
Catholicism, one or the other. And so when we go look at the definition of it, right? Watch this, bro. This gonna blow your mind.
That's
Where is it
crazy because
at?
yeah, they were converting people like crazy down there when the Spanish got there. That's crazy. So that yeah, wow.
Now, when you go look up what a Chino is, it says a Chino from American Indian and African ancestry. So how did a Espanol and a Morisco create a Chino? When when you pull this up, just to sell that, you have the word Zambo is a child of an indigenous parent and an African parent, typically at the lower caste status, right? Hold on. It's trying to hold somebody out. Because see, a Morisco is a child of a mulatto and Spanish parent. A Trasavor is born of a union of a Morisco and a Spanish parent, often considered a step towards back cleaning the Spanish lineage to purity. So that child should have been a Trisalvos.
Hey, but the thing about the Morisco part that's interesting is like during the time where all this is happening, there's a dictionary that says that a mulatto is a Moor mixed with any other nation, right? So a Moor mixed with any other nation, and then the Spanish people, but all this shit is happening in Spain. You know, what are they really talking about? You know what I'm saying? But the Moriscos, right, these people were really like they were they were in Spain converting to Christianity. You know what I'm saying? This is what was happening, converting to Catholicism. It's like the Reconquista. You know what I'm saying? Like when they try to go back and take over, you know, Spain, Portugal, and France, and all this shit.
Well, let
Yeah,
me
and
show y'all
they
something,
would
right?
take on Spanish names after they get baptized or whatever. A lot of times, I think,
Let me tell
yeah.
y'all, this is what Pan Africans and Africans won't tell you that they learned about Mexican history, and that's why they always try to throw the Mexicans up. Zambo, the word, a definition, is the same word as Sambo. You know, that's what they called African slaves, right? But then you find out it's a Spanish and Portuguese expression referring to people of mixed indigenous and African so-called ancestry. Now, When we discuss words like Sambo, right? And it always, in every category, is about some kind of African mixing with either an indigenous person or a European. But it's never African mixing with an African.
Hey,
In all of these racial categories, have y'all paid that any attention? Every child has an indigenous ancestor.
well, yeah, that's how, because you have to when you go to these places, you got to mix in with the indigenous people so you could be an heir to the land. So it's necessary for those kind of mixtures to take place, right? That's like, so when we talk about like the Moriscos and all that stuff, like don't let me like jump in and ruin where the direction y'all were going in. But when you're talking about these things, like, and then you talk about these mixtures, like they tell you this shit in the imagery. Like when you look at those eagles, like the black and the white eagle that are opposite of each other, but it's on their crest, right? That's alchemy. That means like
Right.
the conjoining of these two things to create perfection. That's why these lions are on here. The lion that run like that destroys and like rebuilds, like this is all alchemy, but they're talking about the mixture of nations and people to create like perfect races to conquer the world. But it's in imagery, and you could find it in like the double eagles and shit like that.
No, yeah, I'm with you on
So,
that. And
you
in
know, the
fact,
word.
I thought like when I started seeing that caste system, and I also read books about how these mixtures were happening, and we know that the ideal mixture is for them to get over there and actually get with the indigenous to tie themselves. But then when I also started noticing that they were making mixtures of the Moors with the Spaniards that would come out with a more copper colored kid, then I started to think that after a while, if you make enough copper colored kids with just the Moors and the Spaniards, that you could just start calling these copper colored kids the indigenous without actually mixing with the real copper colors. And then on top of that, eventually now they start calling them more light skinned. Like I feel like now they just come over look like some Arabs, put on a sombrero and just start speaking Spanish and say they're fucking, and they never mix with anybody, but they'll get on here. But that's a little bit more modern times. But no, I see what you're saying there too. Yeah, like they definitely want to, tie themselves to the land with the indigenous people. But then I can see like them also like tricking us as well by mixing with just some damn Africans and making a bunch of what we think are Zambos, but they're not really Zambos because they just look like Zambos, but they might. My bad. Go ahead.
Like some of the mixture goes into TB knows all about staging of the Moors. You should check that out. Staging of the Moors, they talk about this mixture shit, and it's wild. It's like propaganda. They did it, but there was a bigger picture to it all. Like if
Man, let me
TB,
tell you.
my, if TB was to go back to that picture of the caste system, like, and we start to pay attention once again to how they're dressed. Go back and pay attention to how the people on that picture are
Hold on.
dressed.
I got you.
Yeah, I never even paid attention to that,
Give
and
me one
and one
second.
thing I do know about photograph or paintings and stuff is everything, every little detail matters. And that was a detail that I didn't even know that was like on there because they could have easily put them all in the same outfits, but no, they did that for a reason. I'm gonna have to review that myself.
It's for a reason.
All right, so this is how the Espanols and the Indians are dressing at this time. And as you can see, this is a light skinned one.
So hold on. Now, what I wanted to point out before you go, because you're cooking, right? But before you go, what I want to point out is all these people are dressed like upper class people.
Oh yeah, yeah, because later on they do have some dusty looking folks that down there. I do remember that. Okay, go ahead.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? So the fact that all these people are like
Right.
upper, higher class people, you know what I'm saying? This is
You,
propaganda, right? Because once you get all the higher class, upper class people to start mixing and mingling and making mixed babies, then
no,
the
because
lower class
even when
people
you get down to
begin to do it too. Yeah, man, my fault. And I guess they are kind of dressed different towards the bottom. So now, what I would do, like me personally, I'd be like, like in
but
life, how are these people classified?
dang, what you just brought up something, bro, and it skipped my mind. I was gonna pull it right up. Um, You said something about upper.
for class. Like, and the reason I brought that up because on Sage and Other Moors, it was like this is how queens were made. You know what I'm saying? Like the Quean, like queen, like a whore.
Well, see, this the thing, right? When you screenshot each individual gent,
Oh, yep, yep. And I didn't even. I remember seeing that,
yeah.
but I remember making an idea in my head like, yeah, they making
But it's
these
showing
the
you
black folks
how
look dusty.
this is basically blood quantum, and people don't know it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because once 1/16 is really as far as they let you go back. So it's your first China that you see in the Lobo. Now we gotta go back. Now we read these. We know that most of these categories, the Lobo, Indian, Chino, American Indian, the Coyote, Indigenous parents, all of these categories carry what? Indigenous parents, including the albino. Why
So what?
does every racial category that goes with the category of Negro have indigenous ancestry should be the biggest question. Because none of them are direct African ancestry except for the Negro.
Yeah, that's real.
But the Indian dark skin, the Negro even darker. But all the kids look mixed and they got all these different categories, but they keep saying they mixed. You just like put two and two together.
The niggas is the indigenous bloodline, right?
Because right now we talking damn, when you said something about rich people mixing, then poor people ended up doing it as well, it made something click, and I cannot remember. I cannot remember what I was going to get, bro. But I was gonna pull something up that was gonna rock y'all world, bro. Oh, I can't remember what it is.
That's hella game. Um, I'm definitely, I definitely want to know more about the mixes that's going on because they even that third row, the Chabaro or something. I didn't know what those were. That third section. I know it's like a hierarchy from top to bottom, which would be definitely propaganda because that's how you make people want. I mean, people are going to aspire to what they
Just give
see.
me 1 second.
Yeah, people are going to aspire to what they see, and that's just like what they do in the media today over there. A lot of times you'll see on their media people complain that all the media
In
in
different
Mexico
countries.
has the light skinned folks in it. Hmm. All the people in the media have the light skinned
Different
folks.
different different countries in South America got different names for them. Like the Dominicans, they go by Indios and Moreno. So when you hear them say "me no black," they literally meaning that, like, cause they racial category is Indian. All them niggas, Indian obscuro or Indian. Um, what's the other word? It might be negro or one of them words, but yeah, Indio and India is they racial categories in the Dominica. So they really be when they be trying to argue with us about being African and them saying they got Africans, bro, them folks be trolling the shit out of us because how you gonna be an African and be an Indios? Because you say Indios only mean dark skin, then you can say the same thing about Negro in Africa. But
Hey, I want
Moreno means black too, but Indios doesn't mean Indian to them. It means dark skin. So they told on themselves when they put that out right then.
y'all heard of the anacalypsis but like, so the anacalypsis, they talk like in like these different magazines and different articles and stuff, talking about early contact with America and these tribes and how they had like these black guides and all this stuff like that. But they also talk about how like there was groups of niggas that, and they said that they maintained themselves by not mixing with other people. You know what I'm saying? And these things were even taking place in like Mexico and stuff like that, like where there was groups of people who would not mix, right? Because mixing, you bring people into your bloodline, and but if your whole nation is a powerful bloodline, then you don't want to mix with specific people, right? And I think that's how America. I think they so what it looks like is they did some like reverse psychology on niggas for real. To be honest with you, like with Jim Crow and all that crazy shit, they did propaganda and reverse psychology because we were not mixing with these people. Like my my great grandfather established the town, and white women were running away from their towns to try to get there. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't this wasn't some shit that we were trying to do. You feel me? All these different forms of integration and mixing,
Oh,
it's not been our thing.
what?
And I believe that. I mean, to be honest, that a lot of our people have vocalized their disgust and disdain with sometimes with us being with other races. Now, they may not talk as nasty about racial things as some white folks just say random racial things. But if you talk about being with a different person, they gonna side eye you. They gonna look at you different, especially a lot of the old folks. So it's like that shit is really ingrained in us. Like we really ain't fucking with them folks like that. So that's why I don't believe we would have been back then. Because they didn't. First of all, they didn't even look that good back then. They look better now that they got makeup and a little something going on here now. And I say better, but I don't even like. I ain't never really messed with a white girl like that. The most I've done is like a Filipino, something like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's still kind of pushing the limits. But like, being like going like that, like, and I just we don't mix like that. And even when I was with that Filipino, I don't feel right. I don't feel right with nobody. Now my brother, on the other hand, he's with a little white Mexican chick. You know what I'm saying? He acts like he just loved it. It is what it is. There's always a weird one. But most of the people in my family are like that. We don't mix. We don't like mixing like that. It's just what we do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
depending on your age.
you might tag one just to experience it, but ain't no mixing, baby.
Yeah, depending on your age, you can remember on TV where it was still taboo to show that kind of shit. Like even at my age, I remember on TV where they were slowly creeping that shit in to try to like, influence black women to marry white men. I remember this shit on TV in the movies.
Yeah, I remember that shit too. Any kind of little interracial relationship, especially like if it was like a famous actor. I'm trying to think of like some famous black actress, like a Holly Berry. When she was messing with a motherfucker with a monster ball, everybody was like, well, "What kind of shit is that? That would never happen in real life." You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't want to say never. Some people be out there getting it in all kind of ways. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like it be that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? That it got talked about and had controversy in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Because it was taboo in a sense to see that on the main screen. So yeah, no, I feel that. See, the Great said Diana Ross.
Facts. And it's taboo, but the thing about it is for our people it's taboo, like we ain't trying to fuck with it. For them, they're just like, oh, that shit is horrible, but they do it in secret. There's this book. It's called The Nigger Bible by Robert H. DeCoy. You heard of that?
I haven't heard of that.
That's a good one. So it's pretty much based in Louisiana, but it breaks down a lot of different events and words and all kind of things that were happening in the time and the usage and stuff like that. But they were talking about like how back then, like these white people, the reason they were putting on these masks and having these Mardi Gras parties is because they was trying to fuck with some black women without showing who they were because they were prominent individuals. You know.
Yeah, yeah. They still do shit like that today, I believe. Try to disguise themselves, go do these little sexcapades, these little brothel things, or these little whatevers, and go back
Oh
to their little
snap! Hey,
political
Rashad, I
life.
want to ask you, did you know about it? Hey, Rashaud, you know this famous man?
I feel like I do, but I don't want to get it wrong.
That's Mr. Benjamin Pap Singleton. You know, the one of the biggest and really the first major exodus for your liberation leaders.
What sense?
He was the first one to build black towns across America with thousands of black folks. From Oklahoma to Arkansas to Missouri, all in Cherokee land. During the Homestead Act of 1862, and he started his mission in 1846.
Was he American though? Because during the Homestead Act and during those times, they was giving out
He
land to niggas
had
from
a white
overseas.
father and an enslaved.
I knew it right when you said Homestead Act. I knew it was
You
a
said they were
setup.
giving out land.
These niggas been giving out land since the beginning.
Yep. Then
Either
he went to
either giving
Oklahoma.
out
Then
land
he
or,
went to
or promising
Detroit.
land.
And from Detroit he jumped over to Canada. Those you heard me?
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna be looking more into them because anybody
I'm
that's
too. I
prominent
might go
around
real
that time
quick.
frame.
No, what I'm saying, he ended up
You kind of going in and out. His dad was French.
nah he oh I am, hold on. Nah, they say his dad was a white dude and his mom was a slave. He he ended up going to Detroit after all the towns and stuff was built up and everything started going to hell for him. Cause he he discovered a lead mine, some oil. He discovered a lot of stuff, and I guess the white folks rushed him and took it all from him after he built all those towns. He had his own colony called the Singleton Colony. I've never in the history of niggerdom heard of the Singleton Colony, right?
Right. Shit.
He's the leader of the Liberia movement, the original leader. He was the first to get niggas to go to Canada.
Just like Garvey
He was
was
the
trying to
first to get
do and
niggas to leave
everybody
the South
else.
on a nigga campaign. We need our freedom.
Is there any
We can
ties
build
that you
our
know
own. We
of?
don't need their help.
Is there any ties that you know of from
Yeah,
Garvey, like attending him
matter of
or
fact,
reading him?
this book right here, Rashaud, this gonna give you something to really cuss people out about. Right here. Yeah, it's all in this book. He was a major influence of Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey even quoted some of his stuff. The man was in every newspaper known to slave states, and white folks really followed this dude and put him in the news and took his pictures. And y'all see I'm delayed. Give me 1 second, bro.
Yeah, I mean he if I can find something that and I might be looking for stuff that ties some of these people all together, like your Garveys with this Singleton dude, or with your Harriet Tubmans with them, or the who else? The people that was doing the Liberian movement. I could probably a lot of these people have ties, just like the five civilized tribes. Albert Pike was the one that had a lot of the five civilized tribes do those treaties of the 1866 bullshit treaties that they all did, and they said at the time that the five main chiefs at the time of each tribe, even though it was multiple people, but five of the ones were Masons as well. So you got these Masons all conspiring around 1866 to rewrite all these treaties to all of a sudden put in people as freedmen and African descent when none of the treaties prior to then ever mentioned niggas, slaves, Africans, freedmen, none of those types of words. And then you find out that Albert Pike was also an attorney. And then it's like, oh, okay, you're an attorney. You know how to slip in certain kind of language motherfuckers don't know about,
Right.
putting in treaties and shit and fuck people up.
And you would definitely want to. Hey, look, this might sound crazy, but you might definitely want to hire an attorney if you're talking about trust and and land and inheritance and things like that. So you might want to have an attorney on your side if you're on the side that knows that this is what it's all about, right? Then you probably would need one, right? Because these things are people niggas is contracting. That's what was really happening.
Yeah, that's real because I never looked at it like a contract that you need an attorney for until I saw that shit. I was like, ah, because that is a contract between nations. And what's on that
Facts.
contract is law, and it is what it is. That's crazy.
That's what caught my attention because I was looking at like trust law and when I was reading it, a word popped up and I was like, God dang, that's crazy. The word was settler. I found the word settler in trust law. What did they call the people that came here to start colonies?
Settlers. Wow.
Settlers.
That's insane, man. And it's like the amount of trickery, and you got to think our people, whether they may not have, some of them, some tribes didn't may not have spoke the English language, or they had certain translators that spoke that language in between, and may not have relayed what exactly it was. They may not even knew what the hell a freeman was when the nigga wrote it down. Because if I didn't see it on any other treaty before then, and maybe if I never even seen it, like I don't even see the word freedman on hardly any documents much prior to then. Freeman, yeah, but not with the D. So it's like if they just kind of come up with this shit and you don't really even know.
Because you couldn't like you weren't even about to be a freedman until after like the 1800s, man. So anything before the 1800s is not gonna have a freedman because the freedman, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be after that. You
So,
feel me? It's gonna be after the emancipation and all that stuff. Then you would be a freedman, right?
yep,
You know what
yep.
I'm saying? The end of slavery. But before that, then you would just be free. But before that, the fact that there's freemen, now you got to be like, all right, so the context of history is all different because if there's freemen walking around, a freeman is defined as having full rights, the right to vote and everything. So that means you're telling me that all this time throughout history that y'all told us niggas was nothing but slaves. You're telling me that there was people called freemen that existed who are documented as having full rights, even the right to vote.
Hmm.
Why didn't they teach us about this in high school? That niggas was voting during slavery.
Let's keep us in that box. Keep us in that you was all just slaves box. Just like today's time. You all just some criminals. That's all y'all is. Y'all all be in not in college. Y'all all be in jail and incarcerated or whatever. It's just the stereotype of yesteryear. The stereotype of yesteryear was slaves. The stereotype of now is prison, and which is not. They're really kind of synonymous because the more you look into slavery, which I've done on a couple of these, and we pull up these slavery laws like the Harrison's Law. White people, it could be whipped and sold and beaten and sold off by, they could be bought by niggas, all this other shit, everything. Everything was equal. You could just go buy you a slave. Now it makes more sense. It's like, oh, it was like a prison sentence because there wasn't no major prison industries like that. So it's like, We can't house all these prisoners at this little small jailhouse, so we start auctioning them off. And the ones that ain't paying their jail fees, we auction them off to somebody in the public, and you take them on your land. So now, when you think about that, I told people I was like, well, yeah. Now you can think about it. People think that just black people own black people that was just family, and they think it's crazy if they own another type of black person. But I was like, wouldn't you go buy you a 19-year-old young man and maybe put him to work and try to show him a better way on your plantation? If he was in jail, and you know what I'm saying, if he was incarcerated, instead of letting a white person buy him, so you can look at it differently on what it actually meant. A lot of these other slave codes that like this one that's on my screen, that didn't even come out till 1860 in the District of Columbia, and it's just like, nigga, that's 5 years before the end of slavery. So that's why I started going to look at other laws about slavery prior to that.
Hey, you know what, bro? Y'all made me think so much when y'all said something about those treaties. And I noticed the word slave isn't in the Indian Removal Act treaties. Like
Nope.
New Achota, the 1817, 1819 Treaty of the Cherokee. I don't see the word slave nowhere.
Like, where were they at? Nobody talked about them.
But you know what I do see? All the territories that Mr. Benjamin Pap Singleton went into, all of these people that left with the Cherokees went into between Missouri, Arkansas, and Oklahoma.
What's
That's
up, Alpha Queen?
crazy.
Yeah. What's up, Alpha Queen? Yeah, no, that's crazy. And anybody else I
I didn't
missed
know
down
the
there, y'all know I say my what's ups. I'm sorry.
I didn't know the Cherokees ended up in the Osage territory either.
And that's why I said it was odd, because not only there's a couple of things that you have to know, that I mean, not you have to know, that I believe that show a conspiracy in a sense. Most treaties are done haphazardly throughout the years. Like, something happens and a treaty is wrote. So treaties are just randomly throughout all these five civilized tribes, randomly wrote throughout all these years. And then all of a sudden in 1866, everybody writes a treaty at one time. And they all say, have a clause in there about freedom and slaves. Okay, y'all playing game.
Yeah, and then the crazy thing is like when you read about the treaty, it's like, like the information around the treaty, right? Not just the treaty, but the information around it. Like, have y'all seen Indian agent? The phrase Indian agent.
A lot.
You know what I'm saying? So now you're like, okay, so the Indian agent is somebody that lives with the tribe and basically is fucking with them, but also with the government. So whose side are they really on though? But
Exactly.
all these treaties, there's an Indian agent involved who acts like he's acting on the behalf of the tribe and the government.
And I got a Taliaferro person with the last surname Taliaferro, and it wasn't until more recently, going through random newspapers about other topics, that I found Taliaferro as an agent. So I don't know if all Taliaferros were agents, but at least some with that surname were Indian agents. I was like, ain't that a bitch? And within that particular line, that actual line had one of my Indian chiefs as a so-called slave, according to the Dawes Rose paperwork when they went to Oklahoma. That's the only reason why I'm gonna say that. But really, like, wasn't no slave like that. But long story short, it did happen in that particular line, dealing with that fucking agent there. Now, I didn't know there was an agent back there. I just thought I saw the Taliaferro name in many different cases, and it just always rang a bell. But yeah, no, these Indian agents were embedded, if not in your tree, and somewhere near close to your folks.
And this is something that I think they had been setting in place since the 1500s, right? With the missionaries that they sent.
Yeah, a lot of the old I've had I can't think about how some of the oldest books, but some old books that I've read from early 1800s, if not even maybe even before, they've had Indian agents for quite some time, and that's basically, to
And
me, it's
see,
just
you
a
see, I'm gonna
spy.
tell y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all the stuff that they are starting to put out now, and even AI can't help but put it out. When you bring up the Indian agencies, do you know what they became?
What y'all?
Do you know what the Indian agencies became?
Oh, the BIA?
No, nigga. They left from being federal government entities and became the tribes, nigga, the nations.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, they incorporated the
Look,
names. They were the ones incorporating the names into new tribes versus the dissolved tribes who no longer have a nation.
So, but they would have became the BIA too, because these are the same people, but they operate as like the same capacity, but even more powerful than the Indian agent. But it's still like the BIA is still like that middleman between the government and the tribe. You know what I'm saying? But I feel you.
No, I can see that because that shows a lot
like,
of collusion. Because if you're gonna reset up a lot of new tribes, because I even think about all these old tribes and no hardly no name tribes that I be finding, and it'll still be appropriated by a few white folks in a little building. And I'm like, how did y'all even know these tribes exist? Y'all must have had information from a major centralized source that was able to go around and say, okay, we need to at least fill the spots of every single one of these little tribes. So can't nobody come back and say it's us and gave everybody these tribal names because these settlers didn't go around getting this information and creating these goddamn tribes all over the place.
Exactly.
that's
And the
true.
same way you said that line that you found that had the Indian agent in it, then it had the chief documented as a slave. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the same shit the BIA does today. When they'll tell one tribe, "Yeah, you're recognized. You get a casino and all these amazing things," and then they'll tell another tribe, like, "Nah, y'all don't exist." And it's like, what? There's 55 of us in court right now. How do we not exist? And we're standing right here.
Yeah, because that's why I keep telling people if your folks filled out applications around 1896, 98% of those applications that go through their tribe should have got rejected. They got considered null and void because you didn't remove yourself with the first two and three waves of Indians doing removal. And the 1860s was the last wave of Indian removal with the birthright citizenship shit. So once you had birthright citizenship, your tribal shit was gone. Like, why you think them folks can only hold niggas in Louisiana in jail for 60 days on any type of charge at the longest, no matter what it is, because they are not them folks citizens, bro. The United States has to have something truly against them people. None of them people ever gave up they Indianness. Like, they tribes never got moved out of the land into a place west for reservation. That shit was some 13 colony shit, bro. And that shit fucked up everybody else's home. They didn't want to make it seem like, oh, the colonizer came in and went the fucking shit up. No. These niggas over here on the East Coast, from East Appalachia, from the Allegheny, migrated all up and down this East Coast until they had to go west, bro. And when they went west, other indigenous people lost their homes that people had never been into before. Show me the Missouri history of the French. These are things that people got to start thinking about. What were these agents really doing? Right? Because we got who we got? We got William Birdie, right? Him and his Blackbird in case of trying to smuggle in Africans through Amelia Island and using the Creek Agency to do it.
And I just was reading where because there was a guy came up on my panel, Wanagi, and he was like he's from the Modocs, and so I started looking into the Modocs, and they had land in Oklahoma, but they didn't get it until later. It was really in Quapaw. Come to look into the newspapers, the Quapaw agency is who actually allowed them to come over there, and they said they came over there as prisoners of war. So he was trying to make it seem like they were given reservation over there, but nah, y'all had some fight over there on the West Coast got taken as prisoners of war, and the Quapaw agency, not necessarily the tribe, allowed y'all to come stay on the Quapaw area for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? So, but I kept looking at that. Why the Quapaw agency? Oh, also, it said later on that Quapaw agency got shut down because they were known for doing so much nepotism that they were just squandering money and all kind of other stuff. So it was even more crazy. So yeah, like it's crazy. Those agencies are just corrupt pieces of shit, and yeah, nothing good came of them.
Just think about it, bro. With all the removal of Indians from their lands and the reclassifications, you can find a war story of where Indians existed. They disappeared, were enslaved, and then there was an entire population of Africans there in the next story. South Carolina put all the Indians that were not in amity with them or doing commerce with them into non-existence. Can you find the name of those tribes that was in existence at that time? You have to go to a map from when South Carolina was first created to know that.
Yep, yep.
Because
And
by
that's
1740, South Carolina said, we don't want no more Indians here if they don't do business with us.
And that's where you find when you on the East Coast, when you go back on the older maps, you definitely start getting more truth and finding more tribes and old names of little Indian kingdoms and shit. Catafachique, Chikora, random ones. But like on the West Coast, even with that same Modoc tribe, now I got to go looking like the French archives and the Spanish archives and other archives before I can say this. But like I feel like by the time the English got to that West Coast, like with the Modocs, they already perfected the art of erasure and replacement and they put a bunch of Chinese folks in the place of the real Moda. I feel like because the Miwoks below are like right below them, and in 1822 when Louis Corus got here, he drew the Miwoks as some melanated black folks, whatever, whatever, right? Well, then how come the Modocs look so different? And also the Modocs had names like Hooker Jim and Scarface Joe and stuff, and I'm like, nigga, ain't that some shit we do with aliases still today? I ain't never seen no Native American have a cool alias. If they try to do an alias, it usually is something corny as fuck, and they usually gonna probably incorporate some old cultural tribal thing like Feather Jim or some stupid shit. You know what I mean? But like, I was looking at that and I was like, man, by the time they got over there, they could have fought a bunch of niggas in the Modoc tribe, killed them, replaced them with a bunch of Chinese, took some photo ops, and came back with them to the Indian agency and lied about shit. You don't know what's up with these motherfuckers.
It's a book about the Order of the Red Man, right?
See, I
And it
seen one of
says,
them on my way to Indiana.
You seen
one
what
of
on the way
what?
to Indiana?
The Order of the Red Man. I seen one of their little buildings. They got built.
Let me tell
They
you.
got little Masonic type buildings.
Yeah, yeah, because that's what they are. They Freemasons. And when I did the most research, they had a group called the Odd Fellows that they was in. The Odd Fellows is the initial group that really created the Order of the Red Man. But these are white people and other foreigners, including Asians. There's the Spanish, the French, and a couple of other Europeans were in Oregon, California, a couple of places in the West, but they wasn't in the desert. They was afraid of the desert at the time. And but they was definitely around the mountains and shit, and they was beefing with folks from Russia. Yeah, because I think the place called Merlin County, South Carolina, or Marion, something like that. Marlin, South Carolina. I mean, County, California. Is yeah, Marlin, California, Marlin County, some shit like that. But bruh, these folks literally say, because they traveled all the way from the east to the west and linked up with all these other people, and they start fighting off the Russians and the Asians or the natives or whoever the Russians was with coming from the Alaska area that was coming down into California. So the Order of the Red Man is beefing with anything that's coming out of the Asian area at this time. So when you start hearing about all the racist codes being put on the Asians and them being marked as Indians, These same white folks was claiming Native American status at this time as calling themselves red men. So the status of a white man is a native. The status of a black man is an Indian or a Negro. And when I started reading that, when y'all just made that make sense, like hold on, the Spanish and the French and the Jesuits were already in California. It's a literal book called The Conquest of La California. Now, the Conquest of La California tell you all the different type of people that was in California and who people were dealing with. Because the same Spanish people were going into Texas and Mexico and coming down into Florida and Georgia and South Carolina and traveling the whole Gulf of Mexico. And you can go look up Spanish history.
You want to know what's interesting to me? It's interesting
What?
to me, like how you have the Louisiana Purchase, you have all these reservations in these areas, you have the Great Plains, and then you have all these wars taking place. And one thing about these Plains Indians is historically they sided with the French, right? So it's weird how like the French get defeated, Louisiana Purchase, all these Native Americans just happen to be there, but then they're historically sided with the French. So of course they would be in these territories. So it's like, what did they lose? What did they gain? When did they get here? Did they get here around the same time as the French? As just average Asian people who were on their side trying to conquer land in America.
The Russians, when they was fighting the Spanish in the Order of the Red Man, they had told them folks that they had been there a few hundred years before them. But they weren't accepting that. They were saying that they had only been there at least 10 years or came 10 years after them. Like 10 years before them or after them. I gotta go back and reread it, but it's an interesting story because you find out that the Russians were in between Oregon and California in the northwest parts of the United States fighting with the Spanish and fighting against the Spanish and the Order of the Red Men. And all these people were European.
Y'all know DJ Baby Ghost?
Yeah, he's a homosexual. He can stay down there. I don't want to kick.
I don't know him. What'd he say? Let me come up to make fun of you guys live. Drop one crown for you. I don't know who the hell that is. He ain't requested though. Team Red Side. So why do you have to blackify the Reds like red like West Side? Is that supposed to be like West Side, Mr. Baby Ghost? Red side. You see how y'all can't just like do your own thing? Like even though you cosplaying as us as an Indian already, you also got to cosplay the hip hop part of us in modern times. You're really confused there, Mr. DJ Baby Ghost. And really, y'all wasn't doing DJing like that either. You know what I'm saying? Niggas been doing DJ shit for the longest time too. Like your whole persona is I want to be like the niggas on the motherfucking panel. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know 100% when he says red side, he says red side.
You already know it. You already know. He tries his best to personify a black person. You know, he can't do that in the bedroom with his girl. You know what I'm saying? That's impossible. But you know, we understand, Mr. DJ Baby Ghost. You know, it's everybody wants to be like us. That's why y'all cosplayed and are on the res and getting your little, you know, your little money from the government. But let's go.
We get it. Get it. We could really do it. We could really do these people dirty with this information.
Yeah, I be being nice.
I
I
like
don't be
them to
being
come
nice,
up.
but I just be playing it cool.
I let them come up, and once they tell me what tribe they're from, I likely have information on that tribe that's gonna devastate them that they've never seen. But if not, I will study and get that information because I don't have information on every tribe. There's a lot of little mini little tribes out there. That's why I wish Mr. Wanagi would come back up because the Modocs, yeah, they're a laughing stock, to be honest with you.
Hey, you know what? I'm finna go back and ask the Native Americans about their tribal slave stories
Yeah, they
because
ain't
they
got
never
nothing.
told them.
And you
But they
never
claim they
see
from
us together
California.
in the photographs of the Freemen. You never, almost never see any of those Siberians with us. You see some of the Freemen with white folks, but you don't see them.
Mm-hmm. But that's my thing. I never heard a California Indian speak on Spanish slavery or the Jesuits.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I never heard an Alaskan native speak on Russian slavery
And in fact,
or what wars they fought in.
I think I read that even in the Louisiana area, or the vast area, that when they took over, then when the Spanish took over from the French, that they abolished the whole slavery on Indians at the time. If I'm not mistaken, I feel like I read that somewhere.
Well, Spain was rocking with Portugal throughout all those years. So whenever Portuguese put out a decree, Spain basically followed it. Whether you like, I be telling folks, what the English did was different from what the British did. The people in England they couldn't interpretate nobody from Lower Europe language. So the Italians, the Spanish, the French, the Dutch, not yeah, and all the people who were around the Mediterranean area were different from the Northern European people. They weren't like the Irish and the Scots. So when England came to America, the first people they were fighting were the Spanish and the French. They end up coming up on these folks' records and shit, and all of the stuff that these folks have been doing in America. They misinterpreted everything. The United States been knowing the whole time that we Indians, but they use the Spanish and the French history of the United States and copied it and made their own stories, bro.
I can believe that because, to be honest, I
Like,
feel like they were late to the game. They really were late to the game. So they kind of have haphazardly had to build a plan, and it really wasn't the best, but it worked some.
like John Smith's story is really a story between for oh, it's kind of I ain't gonna say this, but it's funny how the Pocahontas story is also a Spanish story of Alabama Indians. Hold on, let me find it real quick.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they late to the game, and also just from like earlier when Rashaud was talking about like us not mixing, I was showing people earlier like from my own line. Like we went to all black on town. We started building all black on towns, in Oklahoma. That's where my grandma and them was from. Her people, her peoples. We all left up there after 1880, 1830. Pretty much everybody in my tree went that way. And so I start to think about like, my people were all in Louisiana, Alabama, and all that stuff. Almost maybe one or two people were up in Tennessee and maybe one in Virginia, but those white folks didn't even really get down there until 1812 ish. After 1812, the war. They were kind of lingering around a few people here and there, but that was mostly eventually Creek, but Choctaw area. And so eventually, when our people went up to that other area, we would have been only mixing with ourselves even more. So I'm saying like when we were down there, we didn't even have much time to mix with any of them white folks by the time they got there, unless you done mixed with some French folks or some Spaniards prior. And then from that point, we went up to Oklahoma, only made it with each other pretty much all the way up until my grandma and them moved to the city, and that's the only time that I got a chance and my mom got a chance to maybe get with somebody different, but my mom got with a black person, and then I got with black folks. My sister got with black folks. My brother's the only weird one. I don't know why he. I mean, I don't know. They sent him to that motherfucking class at School of Advanced Studies. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably the problem. They sent him to that damn white
Yeah, he
school.
was one of those special students.
You said what?
Oh, he was one of them special students.
Yeah, he was into drama, which is fine. To be an actor and all that other stuff. But yeah, he went over there with them
All
white
right,
folks.
I got it. I got it. His name is Juan Ortez. He was a Spanish conquistador who was shipwrecked in Florida around 1528. He was captured by the Timbuktu. They was finna burn him alive at the stake, but the chief daughter saved him. And during the Soto's expedition, he rescued the boy, and that's what started people attacking the Soto.
I haven't heard. I mean, I know I heard about the Sotos, but I don't know what his. I don't remember reading his situation in that area. I probably did, and just glossed over it because I read the letter in his book. But I only took out certain key things that I can remember, but I don't remember that in particular.
One thing, these conflicts have to uh, take a toll on the mixing that's happening, right? All this mixing everybody's talking about, but there was constant conflicts going on. You know what I'm saying? So when were niggas having the time to just mix and mingle, right? If you learn about the colonies, these people were half dead all the time. You're right. Like historically, they didn't know how to grow crops. They didn't know how to feed themselves, and they were sick all the time, and they were half dead for the majority of the first. You know what I'm saying? Plenty of
Hey, I
years that they
mean,
were around. So I don't know when the mixing was taking place, right? Then after that, there
this
was
right
these
here.
Indian wars that took place for hundreds of years that I don't see when all this extreme mixing was occurring.
You see the discovery and conquest of Terra Florida, and this is when they talking about the entire land mass that they was calling Florida. So I'm gonna copyright. I gotta get this right here real quick. Like, we copy that. Bim yeah. All right. So he was a Spanish soldier attached to an expedition to present-day Florida, led by Pino followed the Vias, or however you say it. In 1528, he was captured by Indians. 11 years later, he again encountered Spaniards, who this time were under the command of Hernando de Soto. Then he joined men and unalive during the winter. His English translation comes from the edition. So when I be trying to tell people about, now if you pay this some attention, hold on. This is his story about to be unalive at the stake by fire, right? And he's saved by the chief's daughter, and later rejoins the Spanish. Ain't that the same thing that John Smith did? Ain't this the exact same thing?
I can't lie. I
It's
haven't read the
heavy.
story of John Smith.
John Smith was like a prisoner of war, and then he lived somehow. He was free, like he was set free, and then he made his way to the colonies in Virginia after being freed.
Remember Pocahontas? According to history, Pocahontas set John Smith free. She saved his life from being unalive by her father. And that's how she got introduced to John Rolfe, or whatever his name is.
John
But
Ross.
this is the same story. Like, Juan Ortez, right? Um, dang, I'm trying to get it real quick. Just watch this, y'all.
And yeah, while you looking for that, what Rashaud said about that mixing, like that makes so much sense because it's like even if there is an in between time between all that shit going on, who's gonna look at those people who y'all just been warring with and be like, yeah, let me go get with one of them. Yeah, let me go fuck with one of those. You know, you might have a few weird niggas that might go do it, but it would have to be a few.
Because the history says that like tribes were getting absolutely demolished and destroyed and wiped out. So who's watching that happen and then saying, you know what, I want to get with them. You know what I'm saying? These brand new people that are jumping around unaliving everybody. Beautiful.
My bad, y'all. My bad, bro. But here it goes. Pocahontas tell likened to early rescue of Spanish Florida history long before Captain Smith reached the colonies. The story was told of a chief's daughter who saved an explorer. Some scholars say Smith borrowed the tale. God damn it.
Borrowed the tail.
Got, got.
Damn
Nigga,
shame.
hey, listen. John Smith was a slave of an Ottoman Turk. The people who brung them here were seafarers and Ottomans, Asiatic Lascars, Moors, Egyptians, and Turks. Did I say Turks? That make sure I said Turks. Ottomans, right?
Yeah.
So you have your Italians who are mixed breeds, Moriscos at this time, right? Because the Genoese family is kicking everybody out. But guess who's a part of the Genoese family? Christopher Columbus. So Christopher Columbus is helping the exiles find new lands to go to. That's his job. Christopher Columbus' son's best friend was all in South Carolina and Georgia kidnapping Indians. Excuse the language.
I can believe it because they said Christopher Columbus's wife, Philippa, her dad was a navigator that, and she used to draw maps for her dad, and she told Columbus about the lands that her dad saw over there at the west, and that somebody wouldn't. It kind of gave him directions on where to go for this shit.
And see, this is the thing. They have it written down in many different historical documents that Pocahontas never saved John Smith ever. And that it was a complete lie, bro. Because they say that story never showed up in any document until after that girl unalived in 1617, bro. They say literally the one of the titles, it say some historians dismiss Smith as a bow-hard and self-promoter. One biography is titled The Great Rogue or Rouge. Because it's something nobody can prove one way or another, said historian William Coker. But on the other hand, the evidence, I think, leans pretty heavier in favor of him borrowing the story. And I've been trying to explain this to people for the longest time. Everything that y'all have got in your US history books was what the English made and reverted from French and Spanish history. The Spanish been telling y'all they never brung millions of Africans here. The
We,
Protestants told you the same thing. The Quakers told you the same thing. So what, when the English was kicking all these people out of Europe, massively raiding them from Poland, Scandinavia, all the way down to Southern Europe, because y'all got to remember, you got Southern Europe versus Northern Europe at this time. Southern Europe, everything around the Mediterranean Sea is from ancient Phoenician and Greek colonies that became Roman and Ottoman colonies. And those colonies now are what? European and African colonies. They did nothing but change their name. They still the ancient enemies of America. So if the Ottomans were enslaving people from every inch of the Mediterranean Sea all the way to North Europe, where was John Smith literally from? And why does he have a story of escaping Ottoman slavery, going back to Europe and becoming an indentured servant to the European crown? That's John Smith's story. Then coming to America and helping take Pocahontas. You think this man went through three great feats like that in less than 20 years? He was a slave for 7, went back to Europe and stayed there for 3. He was in America for 20 years, for 10 years before Pocahontas was even alive. So make sense. He been in America since the first landing of the Virginia Company of London. Remember, 10,000 people were under Christopher Columbus. 9,700 of those people didn't make it in the first 10 years of the Virginia colony. So what was Christopher Columbus? Who was he? Because everything about the man is a lie. It's the same thing for John Smith. It's a lie. People are making up stories, bro. Like, and many historians have been said these things, bro. That everything that was coming by way of Virginian history is made up.
I appreciate y'all down there
I mean,
too, Nikki. I see y'all, Nikki Mona. Keep going, boss. I'm just saying thanks to them.
Watch this, bro. Hold on.
Hey, I think it's funny that you're saying all this shit because the John Smith story is crazy. Like, I got his book, right? And there's a paragraph in the book that this nigga's a superhero. John Smith is a superhero. And it's just unbelievable. And the way when TV was breaking it down, it reminded me of this book because when I was reading it, I was like, damn, this is like an unbelievable individual. Like, you're on ships, and this dude's able to travel all around the world and do all, like, billions and billions of things, escape all kind of slaveries and wars, and man, there should be
Give me one
statues.
second. I'm trying to find this article from Thomas Jefferson real quick, bro.
I think they do make up a lot of these characters. They have to create characters when they create history to make things match the narrative.
That makes sense. And like, I even question some of the Spaniard stories because when I started looking, some of the stories are still around, but when I look up some of the older manuscripts or if they're still available, the original copies, a lot of them show some of them show that they're not available anymore. So then you start thinking, well, if y'all don't have the originals, when was the last time y'all had the originals? And if the current books are not necessarily based on the originals, they're not an exact copy to where you can say, hey, that's the exact same thing. Then it's like that kind of allows you to rewrite history. You know, the Council of the Indies, you know, it makes sense for that whole little group for them, you know, prohibit a bunch of books, see certain things, stop those books from circulating, then write their own books about and create characters or use characters that may have came, but they just gonna change the whole story of what happened, you know. So that's something I definitely thought about.
They did have a whole period where they were like not letting niggas go into libraries. They were burning libraries down, saying niggas couldn't read. You know, this is like the perfect time in history to rewrite it all. You get to create all the cool characters you want. You know, you get to create people with axes that were chopping down trees and with big oxes and, you know, John Smith and all these other people you made up.
Yeah, and
Yeah, because when you look at the Great Migration to Mississippi, early 1800s, Bruh, the photos have two donkeys or a mule or a mule with a wine barrel on the back saying rolling on the ground saying this is how people was transporting their property around. First of all, that wine barrel would have broke all kind of ways traveling with that property around mountain ranges from Virginia. I gotta show y'all all that stuff, bro.
Yeah, none of it adds up.
Yeah, that's like this one story of an Indian that they said they white folks came here, captured the Indian in early times, took him back to Europe. They enslaved him. He worked for a while, was able to win his slavery somehow in Europe. And not only was he able to win his slavery, somehow he was able to pay for another ticket back on a boat back then. I thought only explorers was really going on boats, but he paid for a ticket, I guess, back on a boat. They didn't say the paid ticket part, but he basically came back to where he was in America. And if that don't already sound absurd, he was able to win his freedom, come back. Well, on top of that, they said when some new settlers came to show up, they was lost. They didn't know what. They just showed up on the shore, and they said that same Indian, no, that was there that had went to Europe and learned English. They said that's where he learned English. That's their story to concoct on why he learned English or why he knew English. He came from out of the bushes, out of nowhere. It was like, hey, white folks, I speak English. He just landed on the shore. I'm like, that's the long ass shoreline to just so magically happen to end up on the same exact spot on the same day that nigga is still in the same spot where he landed. That's funny. You know, he didn't go do nothing else. He just mingled around that same area. The shit is insane.
Hey, listen, bro. That's just like when they tell us stories, right? They be like, oh, well, we know these people came with the Spanish. So they either came from Madagascar or Cape Verde by way of the Portuguese. Do you mean to tell me that the Portuguese or the Spanish didn't mark where they was getting their Negroes from? Because that's a lie. If nobody else had their papers documented, it was the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the Spanish. Because the French show kept up with everybody that they got through Saint Dominica, and it wasn't number 5,000 of them niggas. If the United States was able to keep up that the Spanish was bringing Africans in by way of Florida, even after 1808, because it was still Florida territory at the time. What that tell you?
I don't know. It wouldn't even make sense for Spanish people to go into Africa to grab people when they already had a whole country full of Moors that they had just conquered. I'm just saying, you know, it seemed like they would have been transporting these Moors that they had just conquered.
And that's real. Like, you're going to ignore the Moors, you're going to ignore the Indians you could enslave, and you're just going to make these random Africans off the coast of Guinea. Yeah, that's the best idea.
No, it don't make no sense. But now the thing is, if they were going to be honest, then that would mean that they would have to tell the truth about who these Moors were in Spain, Portugal, and France. Then they would also have to tell you who these Indians were here, you know, and then it would just be a bunch of so-called black folks, you know, and then niggas just gonna either if you from out there or over here, you're gonna want your shit back, right? But damn, the world becomes melanated again for real. You know, if that truth came out, the world becomes as melanated as it used to be, in a sense of control.
Yeah, that's real. If you admit that the Americas is all black and Europe was black, and then that just leaves Africa and fucking Asia, yeah, they look stupid after that.
X. I think the big thing is like, I don't know, like the different nations that were in America and then the different tribes that sided with specific nations, that shows the outcome of history, right? And then a lot of these wars, they'll try to say that these other like nations were involved, but really all they were doing was supplying tribes with weapons. So then it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, we're at war with these people and we're on the, you know, because like All right, so people think that they were siding with these nations because everybody was going to war. But in reality, a lot of times in history, the reason why a tribe like an Iroquois tribe would side with the French is because they were fur trading with each other. So it's like, well, we want to keep the trade going. We'll give you these weapons so y'all could go fight y'all war. You know what I'm saying? We're allies in that sense, but not like we're all out here fighting together.
That makes sense. Economic allyship, and I didn't think about that.
And that's a lot, and
Yeah,
that's a lot of what was really taking place. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of situations, these people were able to sit back and watch the destruction between us, and then that happens, and then over time they start to move in on each other. Then you got like the Louisiana Purchase, boom, boom, boom. You have the Civil War and all these different things. All these bigger events. I wouldn't say bigger, but in their history, where they teach us, it's the bigger events. Those are the events of these different nations fighting for control. The smaller events that they call like the Indian Wars are us fighting, fighting for control. But all these things are happening low key at the same time and around the same time, right?
Yeah, and that's a lot for us to have dealt with because you got wars, different factions, like you say, pretty much different tribes. There's a bunch of white folks from different places, a bunch of Germans really. They done assume the French, done assume the damn England, done assume the damn Spaniards, done assume the position of all these places. Became ish folks, came over here and act like they're from something different. But yeah, they just established different. That's how fucked up they are. They established different. And don't get me wrong, they be fighting with each other too, but that's just like anybody. But they establish these certain, economic allyships, and next thing you know, we kind of lay pawns, but we're not really they pawns. But it does make a lot of sense that like if you're getting a lot of your money and stuff, a lot of your prominent people in your caciques, if the cacique became a cacique, let's say, because he done made all this money off the fur trade business, that cacique is gonna have a whole lot of influence over. Yeah, okay, you need some fighters. I don't want to lose my money. They gonna make all of y'all French people leave. I don't really want that, so let me give you some of my fighters. Hopefully, we can stop this. So that really starts to bring a little bit more of an idea to the war versus just, oh, I'm good. I was really good friends with the French, and I just love me some French folks, and I was just gonna help them out. I never really thought about it because I hadn't looked into the war specifically yet, like the details. But no, that's a real good analogy.
Like I mean, just off top, you know, all of these things were companies, right? So you had the tribes who, in these nations, whoever they are who they are. But these other nations that came over here, like like France, Portugal, Spain, England, these niggas were operating under companies. They were operating like in a business sense. You know what I'm saying? So they're operating in a business sense. They're expanding their business, right? So they're not about to fuck up. They're not about to fuck up their business line or their trade line. They gotta support their trade line. And if you're a tribe, like for instance, like I think a lot of the shit that happened, obviously, like if you think about Jamestown, you think about the Powhatan Wars and all that stuff. Like nigga, like some people, I think, well, I know, right? Because Roanoke is like these are like port kind of areas and shit. Like you have to control that, right? So that's what these battles are about. Like like it's not about something minute. It's like, yo, we're fighting these specific battles in these specific places because we need to open up ports, right? And then we need to learn about your crops so we can grow them and we can export them and and make up the money we have to make up because we got loaned money to come here. Our lives are on the line.
Yeah, that's major. It makes you look at things a whole lot differently. Yeah, and then I started even thinking about the expansion to the west because when I started pulling up the maps for the coal, oil, and gas reserves and coal mines and stuff, you'll notice that's all not necessarily all on the East Coast itself, but it was partially in the East, like right after the, I guess, the mountains, like in Ohio and all that shit, and then also all the way coming towards Oklahoma. And so then you start thinking like, and I'm gonna have, I want, unless y'all may already looked into it, I'm gonna have to start looking into when did some of these oil companies and some of these big tycoons start coming about? When do we start using coal heavy industrial
Slim, like in the
revolution?
1800s, right? In the
Mm.
1800s, the Industrial Revolution like really started kicking off, like in what is it called? uh Damn, I guess, yeah, the Industrial Revolution. But like, like cultivation of crops is industrializing nature, right? So in industry and all these senses, right, in the 1800s really started kicking off like real crazy, right? And this all happening around the same time. But but another thing that's happening in the 1800s is all of these black massacres. Like, you ever seen that map, the Black
Yep.
Massacre map? It's
Mm-hmm.
all happening around the same time that these things are happening. And then another thing that's happening is they're giving you this lie where they told niggas to go north for freedom, but north is going away from all the minerals in the oil and the land, right? They have a map that calls the north the wilderness, right? It's a map about cultivation and agriculture, right? And it calls the north the wilderness, if that means anything to you.
Wow. See, and you don't know. We may not have known of the amount of manipulation. I do believe that our Indian ancestors knew about these coal mines, gas, and oil reserves and stuff. And I believe that they knew that they were trying to get in on that, and I bet they wiped that out, like all these Indian lands, Chautauqua, all the way up north in the Ohio area, all the Cahokia, all that shit is just worth all kind of bread. And then when you know that America has some of the highest reserves than most other countries here with a lot of that shit, then it's like how valuable really is this land? And with those patents that we had and our ancestors try to leave us something, what did we really have in our hands?
And the whole world, you feel me? We had the whole world in our hands. And it just is what it is. Like, if you so damn, I'm giving away a lot, you know what I'm saying? I might be working on a project right now, but it doesn't matter. Um, but like, all right, if if you look at like the tobacco, if you look at like cotton, you know what I'm saying, and things of that nature, and then you look at the amount of money that these people were making off of this trade, right? But the thing is, like, I be trying to look at it like, all right, these niggas was nobodies at one time, and we ruled the world, right? Then out of nowhere, they just start doing all this stuff, right? And now they have all these advanced trade routes and everything. It had to be pre-existing.
Yeah,
Think about it, because if you
mhm.
conquer the Moors, right? So there's documents in Brazil, right, before colonization, that talks about what a Moor is documented as in their society, right? So this means, and we know the Moors were all over the world, right? So if they were all over the world, they were in they were in Brazil, so they were in South America, they were in Mexico, they were in America. That means we were too. And that's we were too already. And all these niggas did was conquer Europe, conquer Africa, conquer America, and just steal what existed before, and just follow the same thing. It's a fail-proof plan. It's already working. Just do what the niggas was doing. That's what they do to this day.
Hmm. Hmm. And I'll say, even with the little tinfoil hat on, thinking about the old world, I feel like, also kind of molded it in with some of these primitive stories they tell us. So it's like they'll say they'll get here and there'll be these roads that lead to these towns and these cities or these little areas and stuff, kingdoms and stuff. And it's just I'll be thinking about what did that road look like? Was it just a dirt patch that just goes a long way that they cleared, or was it an actual road that they don't lay down bricks? They don't know, what are these roads and these places that's allowing people to actually find places from place to place to place? Like when DeSoto was moving around. Of course, some of these stories could be made up. So it's like if y'all don't have the original stuff, did y'all just kind of show up haphazardly like around the 1800s, started slowly pushing in, destroying everything, and then started all these massacres, all this other stuff. And you've made all these stories to kind of complete this story together of what actually happened. But a lot of it, and a lot of it is real good. They did real good if they did, but like it's so many holes in it that it don't
Okay,
really
so
match up.
hey, now I'm gonna take your tinfoil hat off, right? Because there's no reason to put that shit on. You know what I'm saying? Because they told you the truth. Now go look up the etymology of the word boulevard, and then you'll be like, oh shit, these niggas they told us. Slim, they've been telling us the truth every day. You might not look up the etymology, so I'm gonna look it up for you. Well, I'm gonna just tell you,
I'm looking it up on my phone.
right? And so when you look it up, you're gonna see something that says of a promenade built atop demolished city walls, right?
On a what?
Of a promenade built atop demolished city walls.
Get out of here.
Yeah, that's what a boulevard is. So, when was the last time you seen a boulevard? Probably the last time you were driving. You know what I'm saying? Right? So you were just driving over some demolished city walls, probably. You know what I'm saying? They're letting you know that they're building on top of kingdoms. That's what they do.
Yeah. And so I was telling my people the other, like maybe a couple months ago, there's like this old world kind of building right down the street from me here in Dallas. And I was riding by it several times, and I'm looking at it a lot more. But then the street was cracking, and at one point when I went by the pothole, I saw bricks under the street. First thing I started thinking is, why wouldn't you demolish the bricks before you lay down the concrete? You know what I'm saying? Then I was like, what is this brick? Was the whole street brick? Then I was like, wait a minute. This is bricked right in front of this old world building. This motherfucker must have been bricked right here this whole way up. And I was like, wow, man, they done built on top of this motherfucker. They done paved over some old world streets. They ain't no, man. Yeah, no. So I know. I was just like, yeah, this shit is crazy.
I was like, no need for the tinfoil hat, Slim. That's exactly what's happening. Right? To some people, it might sound crazy, but that's exactly what's happening. And there's no way around it. There's no way to deny it.
That's
You
crazy.
have you think these niggas really built every city has like an old town, right? And in the old town it has like the cobblestone or the brick sidewalks and all that shit, and it's like real old school and classic.
Mm.
Do you think they built that area, or do you think they built on and around that area that was pre-existing?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly what you just said. And on top of that, like I had to think in my head, why would they still have so many Indian names to so many streams, rivers, places, and all these other and locations? And I started to think, well, if you just got here really not that long ago, what's easier, remapping everything and renaming everything, or just making the people forget their language and they wouldn't even know what the fuck they passing by?
Exactly, because America has how many goddamn streams and rivers? You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine trying to redo it if it already had something going on. Like, let's just name if they did
How
name it,
long
they
have
named it.
niggas?
Huh?
I'm sorry, y'all, but how long have niggas been fighting the military, bro?
For a long time. My
This is
uncle,
crazy, man. Every race riot that I can pull up right now of white mobs in uniforms, all these people were military, bro. And matter of fact, I don't know what the hell. Like when you go look at white mobs in uniform attacks on African Americans, every article go down and tell you, bro, it was the military. 28 unalive, 500 hurt in a 3-day race riot in Chicago.
Dude, hey, look, that's because it's not a race riot. It's a battle. They're calling it a race riot for propaganda purposes. A riot means that you're a lesser class and you're going against the upper class. You know what I'm saying? But if they were gonna call it what it really is, Slim, that's just a battle that took place.
I can believe that.
This is crazy.
You got to get the army involved. They know that they're dealing with nations of people.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they use, and I get where you're going with the TB about how we in the army, but around them 1800 times, they was shipping in a bunch of these motherfucking Japanese, Chinese men. I got the manifest on that. And they was putting them through those Indian schools where they were training them, really training them in the military. And ain't no telling what operations they used them on. I found one newspaper clipping where they used them on an operation in Cuba. You wouldn't have known that motherfucking Japanese, Chinese motherfuckers, and Mexicans and stuff went to an Indian school, got sent to goddamn Cuba to fight. They don't want to tell us that. And that's kind of some
Fact.
traitor shit. You a Spaniard looking motherfucker possibly, and you went and go find your own folks somewhere. Somewhere. Cubans ain't the same as everybody else, but you know.
People be trying to escape persecution. They be willing to do anything. Have you seen the hot boxes the Asians used to get put in? Man, I'm sure they would do a lot of things for freedom.
That I could believe.
My
But
own. If
nah,
I had my old phone, I'd show y'all the receipts. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I'm gonna do me some more research because I'm gonna try to see how many times the Native Americans have fought the National Guards in the last 100 and what 30, 40 years. Yeah, no, last 150 years on the head.
They
51.
never fought them, but damn, who is it? There was somebody was telling me a story. They showed me a video. What's his name? I can't think of this dude's name right now. But Native Americans, they went up against the National Guard one time, but it was this one guy. But come to find out, he wasn't even a Native American. He was just a white guy. He was just cosplaying.
Bro, if you ain't never fought the inland army, you shouldn't call yourself indigenous.
Yeah.
That's my new thing. If you can't show where your people were conquered by or bombed by U.S. troops and National Guards, literally, I don't want to talk to you no more about nothing in America, bro. Because every so-called black town that did not exist apparently before the end of the Civil War got bombed.
You heard about Move in Philadelphia?
You talking about 1985?
Yeah, when they got BOMB.
Oh yeah, they did. Them folks done it. They ripped off a whole block of people,
Facts.
and then they went and took over them folks' areas, big business
Yeah.
district.
Shit's still happening. I try to tell people gentrification is colonization. The only reason you don't know is because you don't know who you are. So you don't know that they're conquering your land.
All right, because like when we go back and we start like doing studies on Marcus Garvey, bro, you'll start paying attention that all of his movements have something to do with some like, bro, it's a similar pattern of niggas that went to Europe or was raised by people from Europe who all believe that Americans need to go to Africa for liberty. It's a pattern. I'm talking about. Matter of fact, let me see.
We just took over Samuel's live. You good over there, man?
Hey, now y'all good. I don't have much time. I've been over here in the background. I ate some food. Now I'm getting myself ready. I'm about to end up leaving here in a minute. But now y'all good. I've been saying, I've been enjoying the build. We like people down there below is enjoying it. They sticking around. They loving us. They say we dropping gems. We digging deep in the conversation on some of this shit, man. And it's also giving me new avenues on where to start, where I need to be looking in my research, because I'm real into this 1800s. That's where a lot of this bullshit happened. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be corruption and treaties with tribes, with other different nations, whatever the hell, and moving in with these immigrants and these massacres, like you said, and all these other things. It's just like, yeah, the 1800s was pretty shitty. You know what I'm saying? And you think about it too. In the 1700s, I have British museum documents or photos and stuff that show us still trading tobacco and being normal Indians with these niggas. So like the set and you think about the allegory of the continents, a lot of that shit was made in the 1700s. So it's like the world looked at us almost like we were still functioning normal by the 1700 time. So it's really this 1800 time that's like fucked shit up.
Hey, look, Slim, we were. I promise you, we were. And then now the thing that even goes deeper into like how functioning we were. All right, so if you look at the 1600s, you look at colonialism, right? You look at these settlements and all these things that they had going on. Slim, these people were dying. They weren't making it. So who was helping them? They were on the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? The only way you're gonna get help on the East Coast is with some goddamn crops, right? Because you've created a settlement, right? You need to learn how to cultivate the land, right? So these things were happening, and there was a few wars that took place early on, but the majority of them they started happening like later into the 1700s and then into the 1800s, right? And then next boom, all this shit just starts hitting the fan, and next like the power is exchanged.
Yeah, and see that's why I believe they made up the story of the slave trade in the 1700 years. It's almost like because they came here in like I believe they started coming somewhere in mass in the 1800s. I got at least one ship manifest that's full of thousands and thousands of motherfuckers between 1820 to something. So all I need to do is try to find me some manifest prior to that, and we can see they've been coming here the whole time. But like, I look at it like, damn, what was I about to say? Um, Oh yeah, like those 1700 times, like I mean, we were functioning just. Damn, I done forgot my whole train of thought. But we were basically functioning normal, something like that. And all these people start. I feel like they just started coming in around that time. Oh yeah, the slave trade. So like, so then you get to, it's like they get here and they got to concoct this story that a bunch of Africans came in, and it's almost like it's not hard to just reach back in a document and say, hey, a lot of y'all came between 1715 to 1808, and after 1808, now we didn't require a manifest before then, so after 1808, we got manifest on everybody. But prior to then, we didn't really require it, but that's when y'all came, okay? And you can't go look for proof because there is none. So we'll just write it in right there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's so many steps that I see where they could just kind of manipulate the shit and come up with the story that would to where there's magically can be no proof to prove it. It's like, okay, I see what y'all been doing. It's almost like you came in after the fact and started drawing up the story behind you.
Hey, look, we on the same page, man.
Yeah, that's
Also, how
exactly
do
what
you
they've
feel?
been
Okay, yeah, there
doing.
we go. We on the same page.
That's exactly what they've been doing because see, you got a couple of Exodus stories, and all of them keep leading people to Arkansas, and from Arkansas to Detroit or New York, and from New York or Detroit to Canada, then to Liberia. It's a continued pattern, starting with this dude Benjamin Pap Singleton. Harriet Tubman did it. Marcus Garvey pulled the same stunt. But if you pay attention, all of them people needed funding to do what they did. Who funded them? And when you start looking at these fundings, right, you start coming up with shit like let me see what this shit called real quick. I gotta keep going back, huh? Yep, that ain't it.
The hidden hand.
Hold on. I gotta find the name of this nigga organization real quick.
When I say the hidden hand, I just mean that in all these events, there's hands in the pot of these events, hidden, a hidden force that's supplying something to somebody to see, and take advantage of the overall outcome.
All right, so it's called the United Color Links, right? And they did real estate and homestead association relocation. And one of the joints is called the Edgeville Real Estate and Homestead Association. Relocated and it's let me see. Help organize travel and settlement for African Americans, relocating them from Tennessee to Kansas. The move was part of a migration pattern growing much more common amongst Southern black folks. In the 1870s, Benjamin Papp, a former enslaved man who escaped to freedom in 1846, was the leader of the movement and former enslaved people migrating to Kansas. Now, he established all this, and they said the land that he went on was unoccupied and free for migrants to claim. And they said that present day Kansas and the area around the state had been stewarded before by vigorous indigenous tribes. You know, the Osage, the Kaw Nation, the Kiowa, the Comanche, the Pawnee, Oseti, Sakowin, and Oyata Nation, and others to leave their lands. So the man basically, when they moved in all these people lands that they say were settled by these tribes, but at this time these tribes are being moved to Oklahoma and niggas is moving into their lands, right? I want you to hear this. Now this man became known as Black Moses, promoted sunny Kansas as one of the finest countries for a poor man in the world. He got 300 African Americans to come to Kansas with him. How many African Americans from Kansas went to Liberia?
One more time, my fault. Part of the question.
How many African Americans from Kansas? It might have been Arkansas, but I'm trying to see. Moved from, oh, yeah. Moved to Liberia. Because everybody has seen those same records, bro. Because if you notice, this man movement happened a year before the founding of Liberia. He escaped slavery in 1846. Liberia was founded in 1847.
Hate to cut this
Even
down,
dudes
man.
online and put.
I hate to cut this, man, but I
Oh,
definitely
you
gotta go
good?
now. Man, it was amazing building with y'all, man. And chatting with y'all. If y'all do a live stream or something later, I might try to join on with y'all. If not, then I might be back on in a few hours or so. I just got to take care of a couple of clients real quick. But nah, man, I definitely appreciate y'all coming up.
Yeah, man, clip this up, chop that down, and break it down for people. Cause I know we had to start talking a little slow, and you was on the speed. But bro, you have to slow things down so the gyms can really settle in on people. Cause when you get back going, you know you be going. But I my fault for slowing it down. But man, listen, bro, I can thumb through like 100 gyms in probably like 15, 20 minutes. So when I got more intellectual people, I done learned how to just start moving a little bit slower with my information. Cause man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Marcus Garvey about the worst thing that happened to people in the 1900s.
He learned that from me.
Malcolm,
He learned that from me.
huh? I give you that, my boy. I give you that. I give you that. I definitely give you that.
Yeah, I got you down there, CR. I'll clip this up. I'll clip this up. But yeah, let me get out of here, man. Like I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all some bosses. Y'all some scholars. And I appreciate my fans. I mean, not fans. I'm sorry, my followers. Y'all, my folks down there. I don't want to call y'all followers. That's my folks down there. Appreciate y'all being here like always, man. And I'll talk to y'all later, man. Appreciate it, Rashaud. Appreciate it, TB.
Peace,
All
man.
right, bet that, bro.